Why is there two? Why is there two of me? That is terrifying. Let me just fix that immediately. No, I do not need two of me. That is supposed to be chat. However, I do not expect there to be much of a chat given the time I've gone live. In the end, I just want this done now. Okay. Boom, done, finished, finito. Yes, let's go. So I was going to finish this last Sunday, leading into a cool synergy with, Cam, where we do the Godzilla on Sunday, but I was ill. Simple as, I was ill, so I'm still on the other end of it, but I wanted to get this done before Worlds, and because once we get into March, it should all be about Godzilla. However, these are going to be coming out on YouTube for pretty much the rest of the year. This is giving me a well of content. We should be on super low latency mode, so it may be a bit of an issue, but hopefully it works out that you guys are pretty much see me very quickly. So last time we ended on what was it? Was it Friday? It wasn't Friday. It was. Was it the 19th? Was it last week? I think on the 19th we ended at Challenger. I very quickly went for the challenges because I essentially gave myself 15 minutes to do the challenges. I stand by my challenger ratings. I think the challenger ratings here are pretty much spot on. If you remember that the Sun Jinwoo that's in S tier is the Shadow Monarch, and that the Sun Jinwoo in C tier is Assassin. I think it's pretty. I think it's pretty solid. We have only a few left to go. We've got Yu Yu Hakusho up until Reign of Kaiju. With Benimaru allows you to remove face down foundations on your turn with no detriment, so you can use a powerful enable. Yes. So I know Benimaru is that powerful. If you haven't seen it, Zephwind, there is a very cool ultimate combination Benimaru deck going around that I've got a game up on YouTube that's timed. Members have already seen it. And you can literally just stack foundations there, drop ultimate combination, and build them all back in, allowing you to utilize things like Potemkin Bus, the Walking Fortress, that's one for utilizing Walking Fortress, utilizing Overcard, utilizing the team and team unless you build ones in, and you can just keep stuff in momentum, go powerful for a bunch of times, and essentially one-shot your opponent. As Blake says, it's not fun to play against, but it's only got, 3 weeks left in Standard. After Godzilla comes out, that's going to be a Hero 2 deck. Great to see you, Blake. I'll double check. I don't think it's live for everyone now, but I know I did the thumbnail for it, so it should be up somewhere. Mina versus Benimaru versus Space Godzilla. It is currently members only. So if you're not a member, you have to become a member to watch it in a minute. And then there's some really cool stuff that's been done at the minute that kind of goes away with Godzilla Reign of Kaiju, but Reign of Kaiju is going to bring in a lot of stuff. So yes, last week I ended as I hit the Standard mark. The Challenger was my first dip into Standard, and I agree with the list I've got here, and we're going to go in with essentially Yu Yu Hakusho. Yu Yu Hakusho is a set I adore. I went away and watched Yu Yu Hakusho because the set was coming, and I really do appreciate what I learned from that. When we did the first Yu Yu Hakusho set, I mentioned that I'm not a big fan of Kuwabara. I do like the fact that Kuwabara is phased out of the anime. Like, he is just not there at all. Oh yeah, the Yu Yu Hakusho alt arts are absolutely amazing. We're going to be looking at base arts here. We're going to be looking at characters. If you've not been here before, Zephwind, all the opinions here are just my opinions based on vibe. I'm not taking into account kits. I'm not taking into account specific combos or cards that were designed for this character. I will be taking into account keywords, including previous keywords, so multiple, reversal, echo, stun. I will take those into account, but I will not take into account, say, Jin is good because gently theft is a thing. Simple as. I think there's only 3 characters interesting you. That's right. Jin is an absolute control beast. Luke Quincy, when he was playing, I don't think he's playing at the moment, which is a shame because he was a phenomenal player. 627, tenacious, mill 2 cards. After an attack is blocked, this is why I had it the way around. I was wondering why I had it this way around. It's a very sunny day today, so it's quite hard to see. Mill 1 card. After an attack is played, it gets +2 and -2 speed. If you milled an attack this way, it gets +3 or -3 speed. And response commit. After an enhanced ability is played on an attack, if that attack has received a speed, if that attack speed is less than its pre-speed, cancel its effects. Now, Jin was a lot more powerful before Blitz. Blitz absolutely nerfed Jin because attacks don't have enhanced anymore the way they used to. Attacks now have Blitz. They do have stun, they do have powerful, but Jin being able to cancel that is not as impactful as it was when it could say cancel readying all your foundations with repeat 100% smash, being able to cancel check hacks, card pool clearing, other things like that. Dolores is essentially the new version of what Jin could do with the ability to be ready. Speed, hate on face is very strong, and with the air, life, and void symbols, Jin has considerable power, but Blitz did hit him hard. Jin can go into C tier. Hihei Dragon within 629, tenacious, lose 1 health. This attack gets +1 or -2 speed. Commit. After your rival plays a block, seal it, discard it, and return this attack to its printed speed and damage if they may attempt to block it a second time. This is really cool. So if your opponent's damage reduced you, if your opponent's speed reduced you, you get to go, yeah, I'm having to put this back to its printed stats. Sometimes that doesn't matter, but you're going, you've wasted a card, you don't get to break me, you don't get to build it in, you don't get to do anything. Like, if it says on play, if it says on block, you don't get to interact with this block. I'm going to kick it from your card pool, and you're going to have to try again. The big one is, after your rival plays a block, so they still have to commit to pass the block, and then you go, cool, do it again. Hihei did see some casual play and some like early webcam play, but unfortunately did sort of taper off. His kit is a lot more impactful than he is, but a 629 self burner was pretty good at the time, and that ability to block check or that block kick, I think, was really underutilized. He can go with Jin into C. Genkai kicked my butt repeatedly in the Wish tournament. Liam Charner beat me with Genkai. I think I went up against one of the Scots or someone else who was playing Genkai. I ended up to get I think I got the win there. Genkai is a nightmare. 627. If this attack deals damage, reveal the top card of your deck. If it's attack, add it to your hand, securing your next check. Discard one card. This attack gets plus X damage, minus X damage. X equals the block modifier of the discarded card. So the idea here is you fill your hand with things like Hacker Extraordinaire and 3, 4, 5 difficulty block mods, and you go, cool. I'm going to discard it. I'm going to draw. I'm going to discard it. You're going to take my minus damage. I'm going to reveal top card of my deck, and I'm going to go, cool. If it's an attack, I'll add it. If it's a foundation, I know I can pass my next check to block the next one. Very cool abilities, and the fact that you get to do it in your turn as well. So if you reveal foundation, it stays knowing you're going to pass your next check to play an attack, and the fact you can discard cards to utilize those abilities. It's a shame she doesn't have fire or death, because in AOT we saw those really utilizing the ability to kind of pop off with discarding in cards hit the card pool. She does have order, which means there's some AOT stuff that would allow her to seal and things like that. And her kit is very utilizing in terms of doing the same thing with momentum. Genkai is a solid B. Elder Toguro enhances swap this attack speed or damage if it's your rival's turn. If it's your rival's turn, destroy one foundation. So in your turn, you just get to swap speed and damage no matter what. If your opponent reduces the speed of an attack and you want it to hit, you go, cool, I'll deal less damage, but my attack's going to be fast. If your opponent's run out of cards in hand and they damage reduce it down, or they drop a Reiner, Mirio, any of the a invincible body, you go, cool, swap it. It's blockable now, but it's going. If it hits, it's still going to be doing a lot of damage. And form once per turn, discard a non-foundation, choose one attack card in your discard pile, and play it as your next form. So you can discard backups, actions, assets in order to drop attacks. You can also discard attacks to play that attack, and utilizing that ability of it being played from somewhere else on these symbols similar to overhauls, you can then take advantage of if this attack was played from somewhere else. I played this in the Wish tournament, and I utilized, I think it's Villain's Encounter or something from Undaunted Raid, that if it was played from somewhere else, it's a non-progressive difficulty, and it got to blow up assets. It was really cool. Eltigo, powerful party bomb mechanics with Grover's Authority. Solid character. Bit squishy for the current meta, but abilities alone give you a solid A. The build you made for Blake, that wasn't my build. That is a build that's the party bomb build that's been going around for a while. It's just that's the first time I kind of played it, but I've lost that myself a few times. But once you understand it, you can kind of get around it. Chew, love Chew. Chew is the only reveal I believe where I've specifically asked for a character. Chew is absolutely amazing, a brilliant character in the series, so lovable. Enhance, if your non-throw attack deals damage, commit and flip one rival foundation. Before your rival's ready step, draw X cards and discard down to your printed hand size. X equals the number of committed foundations in your rival's stage, max 5. So you can only draw 5 and discard down to 5. This was our reveal. Really cool character. A character I would love to try in 3v3, because the Knife Edge Deathmatch is an alternate win condition that requires your opponent to have 8 committed foundations, which you can kind of pop off. Chew has some good viability in 3v3 as an alt win con. Didn't see any competitive play, didn't see any casual play. He's a 532 that only triggers when your attack deals damage, and can draw a lot of cards, but if you draw, be a true 5-hander, if you draw badly, you are in trouble. Chew unfortunately goes into F. He's cool, he's quirky, but I don't see anyone having fun with him. I just see people getting frustrated with him because he's not doing what he needs to do. we got painkillers. My nose is starting to go. Oh. Okay. Buoy. Now, Rebulina will be angry at me if I don't rate Buoy properly. Okay. Buoy 5, hand 36. Decently started. Once per turn, your turn, destroy one ready face-up foundation. Build the top 2 cards of your deck face down. This is really cool with outwit mechanics, although there's only one symbol that shares with AOT. Because you build the top 2 face down, and then you can outwit to flip one face up committed, and then you can blow it up again in your next turn to get more. Form, commit, your next attack gets plus X damage plus X speed, X equals number face down foundations. Buoy with breaking is nuts. And that, I'm not the first person to call this. Buoy breaking has been the talk since breaking was announced. Face down foundations due to flip costs are always going to be a thing. And be able to tax your opponent's resources and then put the pressure on that you've still not used your Buoy commit is very powerful. You drop the enhance. He has no defensive abilities on face, so the form commit is what your opponent's waiting for. They sort of sat there going, okay, do I really need to block this attack because the form hasn't come in yet? I need to have my resources open for the form because early game, yeah, you can get +4/+4. Late game, you're getting +10/+10 more, if not more, because Buoy does not fear deadlock. Buoy, solid A tier character. Yusuke Yomeshi, team leader. Enhance, commit, discard one card. You may try to play one spirit card from your discard pile with this. As your next card this turn, remove it when it leaves the card pool. Enhance, tenacious. This attack, if this attack shares at least 2 symbols with your character, it gets +1 speed, +1 damage. Attunement was a big hit, especially as how the good symbol has only just started getting major support back. A 722 that lets you commit to play more cards is very cool. It allows you to just get one of Yusuke's big things like this Spirit Bomb, this Double Spirit Blast, and drop them as your second attack. You can also use this defensively because it doesn't say form. You may play your next card, so you can discard a card, pick up the perfect block, pick up a breaker block, and go, here's my Spirit block, get wrecked. But having to share 2 symbols hurt a lot. You were locked into Yusuke's kit. In Spotlight, in Retro, where you have this Spirit Shotgun, you have more Spirit cards for Yusuke to get access to. I think this is a lot more powerful. But for Standard, he's locked into his own kit to utilize that enhance. And if you don't have any Spirit cards that you discard, that top enhance is kind of dead. D tier. Younger Toguro was a lot more powerful. Okay, it's best up the order, not alphabetically. Younger Toguro pre-errata, before you had to commit foundations to get the damage buff, was an absolute menace, especially when we had Twisting Inferno in the meta. Just once per turn, after your attack resolves, build it face down, your rival builds the top card of their deck. They don't get a choice, they have to build. You can force your opponent into deadlock and then utilize deadlock abilities to punish them. On top of that, your attack gets +X damage, X equals half your total foundations rounded down. So if you have 7 foundations, you get +3 damage. That's really powerful because getting to 6 is not that hard, especially when he was like one of the predominant characters. Because you had all these 0 diffs, because you had ways to cheat out more foundations. So, Younger Toguro has topped post-errata. We haven't seen much of him since. He's a 632, which was very well statted at the time. The errata was really fair. The younger of Togo's a C, maybe even a B, because committing 1 foundation to get 4 damage isn't too bad. I put Younger to B. He did really well in an OCE regional. He, after post errata, did manage to take down Justin Birch as well. So yeah, I'm happy to stick him in B. Toya. If you block this attack, your rival commits one foundation. Simple as. This reminds me of Minato that we saw in MHA 1, where you lose a life and they commit a foundation. This is just a more consistent version, just going, yeah, I'm letting you know I'm going to try and block this. If I do, you're going to be going down resources. And once per turn, this attack gets plus X or minus X speed. X equals the number of committed rival foundation. It goes, you cannot string against me. You think I can't block this? I can. I'll give it minus 3, 4, 6, 10 speed. I like Toya. Toya is really cool. Didn't see as much love as the other ones. It's a very squishy 700 that only gets speed reduced once. And if you can overwhelm them early, it just doesn't matter. Toya goes into C. The beautiful Suzuki. The beautiful Suzuki. Enhance discard a card, draw a card. Commit if you made an attempt to block this card with the top card of your discard pile. Tenacious response. After you take damage from an attack, ready this card. So you get to discard and draw looking for the perfect block. If you can't find the perfect block, you can commit to block with the top card discard, usually what you already discarded. If after you take damage, if you half block, if you take damage from an unblocked attack, you then get to pop off a little bit more. You get to pop off a little bit more and ready the card up, which is really cool. I like Suzuki. I think Suzuki didn't get played anywhere near as much as it should have done. B tier. Shishi Wakamaru. Form, commit, remove all momentum from the game. The next card with printed difficulty 7 or less, I believe, is the errata. You try to play his turn, passes with no check required. This was because of the Titan attacks. Being able to just form, commit, Colossal Thermal Blast, Colossus Titan attacks, just made it very silly. Form once per turn, add one card from your hand to your momentum. So the idea was you use the enhance to feed the form, and you can do it during your opponent's turn. A very squishy character, really badly hurt in my opinion by the errata. Just stopping to be able to cheat out these big attacks. 7 is still a decent amount. But really cool, the symbols. Being able to pass your next one no matter what is really cool. But Mina 1, they are not. D tier. Oh, why am I getting hit so hard with Titanus? Jesus. Oof. No, I've got to power through. Rinku 720. Chaos Order. Your attacks get plus X speed. X equals the number of times you play this enhanced this combat. So this rewards you for stringing. You get +1, then +2, then +3, then +4. If you utilize this with Echo or multiple from Retro, the speed is just going to keep increasing. And then at the start of your end phase, if your rival has committed a card in their stage's turn due to your effect, add the top card of your deck to your momentum. So you're going to just essentially be able to keep adding card because you're going to be playing stun abilities because your attacks getting speed. Your opponent is going to commit cards, although it doesn't matter for speed. Basically, you want Rinku to stun, you want to build up momentum, and Rinku is the walk the dog character. This is who it was designed for. It's a very cool character. 720, no defense on face. I'm not the biggest fan of Rinku D tier, and that's at a push. I could easily see Rinku going to F. Kubo Spirited Warrior. Ooh. 533. After your non-throw attack deals damage, build one foundation from your discard pile that shares 2 symbols with your character. Again, attuned really hurt Kurbauer. Enhance, commit one foundation. This attack gets -1 damage. This enhance may be played any number of times during the enhance step. Enhance, if you're 15 or less health, your attacks get +3 damage. So yeah, the idea was you take chip damage. You you block what you can, you commit your foundations, and you reduce the amount of damage you're taking. And then while your non-throw attacks deal damage, you get to build more foundations in, copying foundations you've already got. That share your symbols, you need to keep expanding your board to the point where you hit critical mass and your opponent just cannot deal you damage, while all your attacks are coming at your opponent with +3 damage. I saw some silly things being done by this. I remember at Worlds 2023, the staff member that was running Kurama in the gunslinging had a very cool deck, made it very hard to actually get through and deal damage. The main issue with Kurama is he's taking this little chip damage, you pump it all into your momentum, and you drop a big powerful attack, and Kurama has no way to deal with it. Even then, as much as I hate the counter, he goes into B. Momotaro. Before the game begins, search your deck for a card with an armor in it, and anti-momentum face up. Once returned, if your rival has played 2 or more copies of this attack, it gets -5 damage, and enhanced if you have a face-up copy of this attack in your momentum, it gets +1 speed, +2 damage. So, if you take an Arm of the Wolf, stick it in your momentum at the beginning of the game, your attack's going to be getting +1 damage, and then if you play an Arm of the Wolf, you get +1 speed and +2 damage. Relying on your opponent to play the same attack twice, Echo was a thing, so -5 to Echoes, -5 to people that like to do long water dogs or play the same attacks, but it wasn't always guaranteed. And because most momentum goes in face down, that second enhance was really hard to pop off. I'm not the biggest fan. Goes into F. Kurama Yoko Unleashed. So this is a character stacker, which is why it's a 3 difficulty character. Response commit. Remove one character from your stage after your rival plays an attack or action. Discard it from the card pool and cancel its effects. So with Godzilla, you'll be able to cancel. Whoa! Don't do my boy Kurama dirty. Yu Hakusho Daitomata is the best set of the game. We're gonna have to disagree on Yu Hakusho being one of the best sets of the game. Being the best set of the game, it's up there. It's definitely up there. Bet they produce the most dust. I mean, I've got my Dark Tournament box over there. I made sure to get one when I found out they were sold out. Enhance your attack. Your rival adds the top card of the deck to the card pool face down. So Kurama had very cool cards that let him add more characters from his discard to his deck. I said I was to his stage. I said I was going to include keywords. In retro, the gauge keyword would allow him to keep adding characters to his card pool and be able to essentially just force your opponent to pay for an attack and then just completely get rid of it. Or with a Godzilla, you'll be able to go. They go, okay, I'm going to see Rampage. You go, nope, it's gone. Cancel its abilities. You've paid for an action that doesn't do anything. Same with equipment heist. It just goes, yeah, get out of here. You don't get to have it. You do have to remove the character, so technically you should be limited to only doing it 3 times a game. But Kurama has tricks around that. I shouldn't take that into account, but like Sari, I'm a big Kurama fan. I like Kurama. I like him in the show. I like him in the live action, and I like him in the game. Kurama had a very powerful character in the first Yu Hakusho, and he has a very powerful in this one. I think Kurama is definitely A tier, and that might get. I just don't think he saw enough play. His control aspects, especially with all the new water, life, and good control, Kurama could and does deserve an uprising. Karasu. If you deal damage to an attack, any player with 6 or more foundations destroys 1 foundation. This attack gives plus X damage. X equals the number of foundations destroyed this turn. That includes what your opponent destroys. And this is an absolutely nutty character. So the idea behind it is to keep both players at a low number of foundations. You commit your foundations to pass the checks. They hit, you blow up the committed foundations. You either build back out or you go, you don't have enough resources with 5 foundations to kill me. Try again next turn. Karasu is really cool. However, there is a caveat to Karasu that means he is going to be placed outside of his standard relativity. PvE is a format that was introduced with Heroes of Exandria and the Critical Role Challenge Series. However, it only became really popular with Heroes of Exandria, and Karasu broke the format. The rules at the time said you revealed top county deck until you revealed 3 foundations. What people were running were decks that only had 3 foundations, a bunch of attacks, and then they would play a bunch of 4 diff attacks on Karasu, blowing up foundations, building more in, building top kind of deck, and essentially just utilizing this ability with Karasu because you get 1 enhanced in each attack as well, allowing them to essentially blow up the foundations using their own attacks or their foundations abilities, and then essentially compound interest Karasu in PvE, going, okay, here's +2, +2, +2, +2, here's +4, +4, +4, +4. It gets very silly, and bosses didn't even survive a single turn sometimes. So Karasu, for PvE alone and forcing a rules change, goes into S. If you force a format to physically have to change its rules, not because of what your abilities say, but because of how they were played, you go into S. As a standard, B, C. But for the changes to PvE alone, Karasu goes into S. If anyone has an issue with that, I will happily I'll happily listen to those issues. Okay, so that's you Hakusho out the way. Technically, no S's. Younger to go would have been S if he's still at the full power he used to be, but I'm happy with the list as it is here. Let's move on to promos 2024. This is 4 characters, so nice short video after this. So these are the promo characters that came out in 2024. We have Fresh Cut Grass, a very interesting card, a 539, possibly the highest health 5-hander we have in standard. Enhanced once per turn, complement your rival, ready 1 foundation in each rival stage, and then you ready 2 foundations. Response, commit, after rival's unblocked attack deals damage, add 1 action or spell card from your discard to your hand. So at the time when this was released, we only had the Critical Role spells, and the majority of those were Jester and not the best. Now we have Heroes of Exandria, now we have a bunch more actions that you can utilize on his symbols, and now we have Guilty Gear Strive, and we have Fairy Tail coming. Fresh Cut Grass has got a lot of power, and especially when you take into the account the decks like the Embarrassment of Dupla, then you've got the Spreading the Word decks. There's a lot of cool interactions Fresh Cut Grass has, as well as complimenting your opponent is very cool. It's always good to have a positive outlook. And purely because my boy, Fresh Cut Grass FCG, is going to rotate before seeing any of his other members outside of Fern and Dorian join the game. If they ever join the game, he's going to be placed higher. And for those of you who are not aware, one of the worst things of 2024 was FCG died. And FCG died a week or 2 after this promo dropped. And it was so badly timed. Like, yo, here's April 1st. Here's our eucalyptus fresh cut smell. Here's our Fresh Cut Grass smelling card. You give it a little rub. You can smell the fresh cut grass, aka eucalyptus. And then FCG goes and dies, and it becomes a memorial park. So FCG goes into B for essentially all the swear words he put into his evil mode. I love FCG. Joker, 629 tenacious. After you fail a check, you ready this character or the top card or remove the top card of target player's deck. Enhance your attack, not tenacious. Check a 6. Choose a player. That player loses 1 health, draws a card, and discards a card at random. I love the Joker. The Joker is a very cool mill character, a very cool 3v3 character. I had a lot of fun playing Joker. I saw Tam playing a very cool Joker a couple of years back. I do like the Joker here. It's a bit sucky that they were only on the Redemption Store briefly, or you had to be at Anime Expo. Joker goes into C. Harley Quinn, 719. While there are 5 or more different keywords among cards in your card pool, this attack gets +1 speed, +1 damage. With Patchwork Babies, this is really easy to achieve. Mill 3, if there are 6 or more different keywords among cards milled this way, you may commit this character. If you do, choose one of those cards with at least 1 keyword and add it to your hand. So you can become an 819 if you hit something on the mill, and you need to mill cards. So you get rewarded for essentially having a chaotic deck. Having a deck that has a bunch of different keywords on every single card, including foundations. Very cool. Bit too chaotic for me. I know Tam had some very cool stuff to do with his character, but goes to D. Anya Forger, our second Play Experience bundle before Play Experience bundles were officially named. 625, commit, look at each rival's hand. What can I say about Anya Forger? She is the meme character of the game. It's one of those things that there's been bounties put in place of people topping with her. There's been people saying that if they wanted to throw events, they'd just show up with her. There's been people that have said she's the most powerful character in the game because she just gets to look at your opponent's hand. There's rumours and stories and speculation as to why this character exists, from spite to bad timing. I love Anya Forger. I love Spy Family. When I heard we were getting Anya Forger, I thought that was really cool. I did end up, but I bought the Play Experience bundle, and then I ended up winning an Anya Forger at the Store Championship where they were given away, which I gave to one of the locals at the time. But Anya Forger goes into F. With her telekinesis, with her telepathy, not telekinesis, she could have been a very cool character. She could have interacted with attacks. She could have cancelled abilities. But instead, she kind of looks at the hand and goes, it's a shame. But I hope we can see more cards. I hope we see more from IPs like that, where the cards are a little bit better started. Now move on to the last of the current MHA sets. I personally don't think we're going to see any more, but I know some people are adamant we may see more. I don't think we will. Girl Power, terribly named in my opinion, but we've had this discussion before. There's a whole podcast episode where we chat with some of the female players in the community who again agreed Girl Power not the best name. So this was the set that came after Yu Hakusho, the last set before we got Attunement, and the introduction of Deflect, which was really cool. Deflect was a concept I really liked from the start. Mina Ashido 3. After your ranged or slam attack deals damage, your rival loses 1 health. This worked well with a lot of Mina's kit, and there's some really powerful ranged or slam attacks, especially when she came out. Commit. Remove 2 face down cards from your card pool. Your rival destroys 1 ready foundation. Mina didn't see play. Mina 2 did this better. She did punch or charge rather than range or slam. Range seemed to be something they were pushing in Girl Power. Not the biggest fan of Mina 3. She is the weakest of the 3 Minas. She can go in detail. Lady Nagant, 628, which was fairly stated for the time. Commit at the top card of your deck to your card pool. After your rival plays a non-character enhanced ability, cancel it. So again, this is when attacks had enhances on face rather than blitzes. So it was a lot more powerful. She did take a hit with blitzes, but with schemes and with all these other actions, with Roman cancel power tokens, she can cancel all that. Very cool versatility. And form once per turn, play 1 foundation from your stage to your card pool face down as a 2 difficulty ranged attack with 3 speed, 3 damage, and after it resolves, clear it or draw a card. So you either get to clear progressive, add another card to your hand, and you essentially always have 1 attack. No matter what, you can trigger your draw effects, your damage effects. You're able to trigger effects that you have in your hand and in your stage because you always have an attack. Very cool. I think Nagant didn't see as much play as she deserved, and especially with Attack on Titan's air cards, this face down attack was deceptively strong. C tier. Giro 3. Giro 3. This attack is +1 speed, -1 speed for each keyword. Look at the top 2 cards of your deck. Commit after you check a copy of the card that your turn to play. Add the check card to your hand. You may recheck. So if I'm playing Walk the Dog and I check a Walk the Dog, I get to add it to my hand and I can recheck, hopefully getting something better. And once per turn, this attack is +1 speed, -1 speed for each keyword on it. Midnight did something similar. Midnight was a very powerful card, but that was only a commit foundation cost. This is only once per turn, kind of indicating how powerful that ability actually is. A 721 with a 1-shot defensive capability, and if you check something you want to pick up before you use the ability, you essentially lose that ability. It's kind of focusing on the defensive aspect of it. Not the biggest fan. I can see what she's trying to do, but I think she goes into D tier with the speed pump is significant enough that she stays out of F. It's Suka Kendo. Form commit this attack. Commit this character's hand size becomes 8 until starting next turn. Enhance commit 1 foundation. Your mid attack gets 2 damage or gain stone. So you have the choice between becoming an 8-hander. You have the choice of becoming an 8-hander consistently after turn 1. If you go in second after turn 1. Or you have the ability to keep her alive and essentially just keep committing foundations +2 damage and stun 1. Essentially, it just goes become an 8-hander until you're set up, until you're ready to hit, and keep dropping those abilities. It's also not a first form, so you can do it at the end of your turn, which my head has only just caught with. This I'm not well. So you can drop at the end and go back up in hand size. Solid abilities and an 8-hander for free with no discard. Himiko Toga 4. Now everyone thought this was going to be the next Quan Chi. We all brought it up. She got a lot worse. She dropped off significantly, and every year she drops off further. Mill 1, your attack gets +1 damage. If you deal damage, you gain 1 health. As a 629, really good. Remove 1 character from your discard pile. Choose one once per game ability on that remove card, and then this card gains that ability until the end of this turn. So you play your first attack. You remove a Dabby 1. You remove an Endeavor. You remove any character that's in your deck, well, your discard, and you gain any of their once per game abilities. The issue is, outside of retro reprints, characters don't have a difficulty or a control anymore, so they're not able to be put in the deck. You can't use Himiko Toga to copy the enhance of Batra or Mothra. You can't take advantage of these new cards. So before AOT, people were worried she was going to get very strong very quickly. Post AOT, she hasn't got the option she has, and every year she loses more. I mean, this year alone she has she has Yu Hakusho, Girl Power, and then Retro reprints. That's it. Toga goes into F just because she doesn't have the card pool of characters to be strong enough. Urabari is a reprint. She's decent, but she goes into C. Tora Hakagori, decently static character. The block modifier of an attack, your rival's block modifiers get +1, and then +1 for each 4 foundations, so a minimum of 2 if you have 4 foundations. And then commit after your rival plays an attack, add it back to the hand, look at the top card of the deck, you may discard it. So you can make sure your opponent's next check is bad, or you can go, that good check is now gone. And you got your stuff, your attempts to block mine are going to be harder. I like Tohakagoi B. She's not really had the results to justify higher, but she's an absolute menace. This attack gets -1 damage. Your next attack this turn. Your next attack this turn gets +3 damage. So you essentially go. My first attack's going to hit you for less, but my next attack's going to hit you for 2 because I'm going to do it again. So you essentially +2 to everything outside your first, and my last attack of the turn is going to be +3. And once per turn, your next low attack ignores progressive difficulty, allowing you to play a low attack as though there was nothing in it. So dropping a flay fling essentially for free. Really cool. I like Ikebara, but I don't think she's overall really good. I put her in C. I can see her in B. She's not doing as much as she used to, is the best way to put it. Woman, 5 hand size, 34 health, Nomu. Remove 1 card from your discard pile. Your attack gets +1 speed, +2 damage. If you move an attack, it gets additional +2 damage. So you get +1, +4. Commit before the block step of your rival's attack. It gets -3 speed and draw a card. So you get to draw a card. You can try to utilize that card to block, and you're making the attack easier to block, as well as you're cutting resources from your discard, which you may never need again, to go, my attack's going to be harder to deal with, a little bit harder to deal with, but hit you for a lot more. As much as I'm not a big fan of 500s, Woman is a solid B. Asuri 4, 5 hand size 33. After you play a high or low block, it gains Breaker 1. Once per turn, after you check a ranged or charge attack, add it to your hand. If the check was made to play an attack, it gets +3 speed. This character, I thought was going to be really cool because you're just giving all of your highs and lows Breaker 1. Oh my god, I was muted. Sorry about that, Darker Blaze. I don't know how long I was muted. Oh. God damn it. Right, let's go back then. At least, oh, Jesus Christ, at least 5 minutes. Well, let's go back to midnight and start from there. Cool. That's about right. That's what I get for doing this while I'm ill. Thank you, Darker Blaze, for pointing that out. So, Midnight 2 freezes foundations when ranged attacks deal damage, and force your opponent to discard a card after an attack is blocked. And if they don't discard if they discard a non-attack, your next check gets +2. Really powerful card in my opinion. Flash attacks, low impact attacks your opponent feels bad for blocking, can take them down resources. Her main issue is she needs a way to consistently commit foundations, and and that commit cost can be a detriment because that top response isn't tenacious. Ideally, you want to use that bottom response on your opponent's turn, and then utilize it on your turn when you're going in for the kill. I really wish she was higher, but I'm going to put her in C because I have won local championships with her. This is going to be a bridge version because I'm not doing the whole thing again. May Hatsume, you can lose health to increase the keyword rating of an attack. Increase the keyword rating you're going to play. And you may reveal a non-foundation to get +2 speed or +2 damage. And if you get the damage, you get to filter. You get to discard a card, draw a card. Absolutely solid ability. But I'm not the biggest fan of losing health. She has got powerful tech for this. She has got some great ways to kind of utilize that. Be able to get a powerful 3, a powerful 4, a breaker 2 into a breaker 3, a breaker 3 into a breaker 4. She's very powerful. So again, I put May. I think I put. I'm second guess myself. I put May into B, and maybe that's different than what I put before. But May is very powerful, and I think with so much deflect in Reign of Kaiju, she could get quite powerful because you can use her on deflect. So you can take a deflect 3, put it into deflect 4, and say your attack just doesn't do anything. Kinoko Komori, add 1 mushroom counter to a round foundation. Your attack gets +1 damage for every 2 mushroom counters in play. If there are 5 mushroom counters in play, you can commit her as enhanced to draw 2 cards, and either player may blow up a foundation to give this attack +1 speed. The fact that your opponent can sacrifice their own foundations to get rid of mushroom counters is why she belongs in F. I do not like giving my opponents outs for my abilities. Ochako Uraraka 5. If you get stunned, if you have any commit abilities, you get to twice per turn, give you your next check +1, and you can change the zone of your attack from mid to high. The main issue there is showcasing that you're going to be primarily highs. Letting your opponent hold showdowns, every smiles, breaker blocks for high and mid. You're going to be primarily playing mids, and you're going to change them to highs. Letting your opponent know they don't need to hold lows. You are primarily going to be a mid or high character. I'm not the biggest fan of here. I think she could have some synergies with things like with other cards, but just disrespecting one whole attack zone. I'm going to put Ochako into F. Mount Lady 3. Revealing your momentum. Now we can look at momentum and getting one with keywords such as shopping list for powerful X equal to the number of keywords means you can get some powerful attacks with these on any attack as long as it's a throw, and commit after you block an attack, get 1 momentum, and then give the next attack minus X damage equal to the number of momentum you have, meaning you can turn high speed, low damage attacks into high damage attacks, and all this momentum then goes, I get to survive a bit longer by reducing one of your attacks into the ground. Solid B tier for Mount Lady. Momo Yairozu 3. First form, commit if you choose one non-unique foundation that isn't already built in your stage and build it into your stage, and you choose one rival foundation. This tag is +1 or -1 speed for each copy of that foundation in your rival stage. With the amount of flip costs we currently have, and the fact that face downs don't have a name, this is a shame. I'm not the biggest fan of Momo Yairozu. I think that first form commit foundation was a lot more powerful when she could commit herself turn 2 to essentially just check a foundation, commit, review a foundation, commit, build in that foundation. But now you can't commit characters for abilities on other foundations. You get a lot weaker, and you're relying on your opponent having multiple copies of one foundation to get -4 speed maximum on every attack. Is a bit hard with how many flipper costs and sacrifice costs exist. Momo is a solid D. Mirko 2. Commit after your Fury Kick attack, it deals damage. Clear 1 attack from your card pool. Your next attack gets +1 speed, +1 damage. Tenacious, destroy 1 foundation, ready this counter. This was an absolute solid character during the Casino era. Along with Erwin and Bakugo, it was up there as I will build myself down to 0 foundations, and chances are you will die. 6 hand size, 30 health, good ability to tank some attacks. Yes, you're locked into Furian Kicks, but luckily Furian Kicks are the ones that love to be cleared, especially on the air symbol. Mirko 2 is an absolute A tier. Here's hoping that's cleared that up a little bit. Also got to keep track of my tracking, because apparently I just have bad timing. I've got an email saying that I might be getting a parcel today. Right. Let's get into this beast. Attack on Titan Battle for Humanity. This will include the Challenger decks and probably the starter characters as well. Starter characters are going to be fairly easy. Again, if you disagree with any of my placings here, I'm open to bribery. You can gift membership, you can become a member, you can super chat, and I will move characters around to how you want them. I am easily bought. Beast Titan. 5 hand size, 33 health. After your first attack of the turn resolves, build it. If it's a shift, build it shifted instead. After a Titan backup enters or leaves your stage, draw 1 card. So you're only really a 5-hander for your first turn, and that depends if you have any Titan foundations. Did we add any Titan foundations? I need to check that out. Foundation, not Ultra Red, jeez. Foundation, Titan. We do. We have Titan Foundation. So yes, being able to. Well, we've got lots of Titan Foundation. Yeah. So if you build in the Titan Foundation, you draw more cards. He is a fake 5-hander. And then what if you blow up those foundations? If your backups get taken out, you then get to draw more cards. So the idea is to use things like Smiling Titan, Female Titan Attacks, Jaw Titan, these backups that need answering. You can't use it with the Sun Jin Woos because they're not Titans. They're a fake 5-hander, but they've got one of the lowest health totals for AOT despite being a 5-hander. They were the secret rare, but they weren't as good as other characters that were trying to do something similar. They were still kind of good, and I did see some fun things. So Beast Titan can go into B. Bearded Titan. So Bearded Titan's one I had to argue with people about. 6 hand size, 36 health. Seems decent on face. But then again, Godzilla -1 is also a 6 hand size, 36 health. But Godzilla -1 has abilities. So when Bearded Titan dropped, we were given a message from the company that said, Bearded Titan is really cool because Bearded Titan can use every single attuned symbol. You can play any attuned card and Bearded Titan will pop off. And myself and a few people went, no, he can't. I'm like, what? No, yeah, he can. It's the Infinity symbol. I was like, yeah, but don't you not forget, after League of Villains with... after the League of Villains with... not Showdown, god damn it. I can't remember the name of the... I cannot... Teamwork. After Teamwork and Canyon Cannon, the Infinity symbol was changed to be, instead of encompassing all symbols, to be an absence of symbols. It wasn't a symbol anymore. So as you say, that Blazer, Bearded Titan was really powerful when you could just use all attuned cards with him. But now you pick a symbol, you only get access to cards that symbol, you don't get attunements, essentially making him worse than any other character in the game because it's a 6/6 with no abilities locked to one symbol. That is the least, that is the character with the least design and possibilities out there, because even with 2 symbols, you at least have access to the other symbols' attuned aspects. Bearded Titan goes in F, Bearded Titan just doesn't work. I don't think I've ever seen anyone actually play Bearded Titan. Is there any I'm going to check if there's any Bearded Titan deck lists. Is anyone... how many Bearded Titan players do we know? Bearded Titan's decks. Oh wow, there's actual decks for Bearded Titan. Not that many. That's pretty cool. I guess there are some people that are Bearded Titan enjoyers, but no, I'm not a fan of Bearded Titan. Armin Alert from the main set. There is another Armin Alert from the Challenger. 629. If there's an attack in your card pool, look at the top card of your deck. Once per turn, add 1 foundation from your stage to your hand. Build the top card of your deck. So it doesn't say ready. It doesn't say ready. So you can commit a foundation, add it to your hand, and then build top card of your deck face down. This is great for Outwit, which Order has some very cool Outwit cards. You get to look at the top card of your deck if you have a card attacking your card pool, so you know what you're going to be building. And you know if you want to get that attack, if you get that off the top of your deck, and you can pick up essentially a perfect block to put something else down. I don't think this is a very cute utility piece. This is something you'd probably play more in Sealed. I don't think it ever really had an impact into Standard. D tier for Armin. Annie Lionheart. Now, Annie had some very cool aspects in the Titan form, which I've only got the base form, so let me quickly just pull up the Titan forms as well. My Battle for Humanity character. So 722, that your non-powerful attack gains throw, it cannot gain powerful. Spend momentum, build the top card of your deck. If a player has 9 or more foundations, you transform Annie. And when Annie transforms, you can search your deck or discard power for a backup with 6 or less difficulty and build it. Enhance, lose 1 health. You may try to block your rival stage with a backup from your stage. And commit 1 foundation, your attack gets +2 speed, +2 damage. So the idea is to build up momentum. You are able to spend momentum to transform and build the top card of your deck. And that's not a commit cost. So if you don't want to give your stuff powerful, you just spend momentum to keep pushing Annie further. If it wasn't for Godzilla, I think Annie would have been a very powerful character. And I think Annie more than deserves a spot in A. Mikasa, talented recruit, 615, enhanced commit, your attack gets +4 speed. This is a demo character. Also a Clash, aka starter deck character. I don't need to say anything. This has been memed to hell. This is a bad character. Levi gives you attack, does the exact same thing. Commit, this attack is +4 speed. Again, this was a star deck / demo character. If you want a brand new player, I mean like a brand new player to TCGs in general, not just a brand new player to universes, you didn't need to buy these. I think I bought them just so I could have like the collection stuff. But they were good. They were a good way to learn. Don't get me wrong. They were a great way to learn. They didn't need to be a star deck. Armin Alert Scared Strategist. This is the Challenger Armin. 721. Discard 1 card or flip 1 foundation. If you did this tech, it's +2 damage. Add 1 foundation from your stage to your hand. This tech is +2 speed. So you flip a foundation for +2 damage. You pick up the foundation for +2 speed. You get +2/+2 for essentially picking up a foundation if you have face-up foundations. This is also a great way to reutilize outwits on these symbols. It's a great way to pick up cards that have flip effects on these symbols and getting to replay them, as well as taking committed resources and getting to play them again. Not the biggest fan of what this Armin's doing, but I can see where it is. But this Armin can go into C tier. Eren Yeager, Promising Scout. This is the Challenger character as well. 622, flip 1 foundation. This tech gets +1 speed, +1 damage. If you have 8 or more face down foundations, transform Eren Yeager. Now, this is a very cool character because it was one of the ones that didn't require 9 foundations to flip. The big issue this character has is he came out with Ruin. Ruin was in a lot of AOT and is now in Godzilla. And you're flipping foundations face down into a set and a meta that's had this brand new keyword ability added that destroys face down foundations. It's a very bad anti-synergy and can really cause a lot of trouble for Eren, meaning that sometimes he just doesn't get to transform, goes into D. Ymir. I like Ymir. Lose 1 health, this tech gets +2 damage. Form once per turn, build 1 foundation from your card pool, then play, and then if a player has 9 or more foundations, transform Ymir. I think Ymir is a solid 3v3 character for going second or third because it's a 723 for 1. You have to build down to 8 non-character cards when you transform, which means essentially if you have 8 foundations, you play foundation, use the form, and you immediately get to transform. And the transformed version of Ymir is very powerful in being that she allows you to... I thought I was going to get there in time. In that she allows you to have all your attacks coming with +2 speed, and gain 1 health, you gain +X damage, X equals the number of times you gain this turn, and commit for -3 speed. She's a very powerful character that was just as good as Recovery Girl in locking people out of the game. Ymir is a solid S for me. Despite being a 7-hander, she has defensive capabilities, she has the ability to heal. She does lose some stuff in rotation, but not as much as I would hope to see her die. Is the best way I can put it. Smart Titan. Tenacious, your attack gets +X speed or +X damage, not both now. X equals your attack's printed difficulty -4. Once per turn, after you deal 6 more damage, ready this character. This is Grant Padley 2. Very cool character, very powerful. Justin Birch did a great job with this character to the point where it had to be errata because it was just super powerful. There's been no bigger apologist for Smile Titan than Justin Birch. I think if it wasn't for the fact Mimic was going around with this Foundation Destruction tactic, Smile Titan would still be a massive threat even after the errata. Smile Titan goes into A. Sasha Blouse, 723, discard 1 card, gain 1 health. Your attack gets +3 damage. After you clear 1 or more card from your capital during the combat phase, add 1 asset or foundation with a printed difficulty 1 or less, with printed difficulty of 1 to your hand. So the idea here is you play an attack. The attack self-clears, or the attack has the ability to clear. You discard a card, you gain 1 health, you get 3 damage. You play your next attack, you clear the attack preceding it, or it clears itself. And then you go, cool, I'm going to add an asset like soup, I'm going to add a foundation to my hand. That's 1 difficulty. And I'm going to discard it again for 3 damage. As long as you can keep clearing cards, you can keep picking up cards, and you can keep regaining health and getting +3 damage. It's a very good synergy on face, which I think deserves credit by itself. But I just don't think gameplay-wise it was as powerful, and Sasha was very overshadowed by Mikasa. C. Reiner Braun. This attack gets +1 or -1 damage. You may sacrifice foundation. If you do, gets +2 or -2 damage instead. After you sacrifice 1 or more foundations, build 1 of them face down. Then, if a player has 9 or more foundations, transform Reiner Braun. When Reiner transforms, your opponent flips 4 foundations. Then, during your attack, because he got errated, you may sacrifice or commit a foundation to give this attack. You give your attack 2 damage, and then you may commit or sacrifice foundation to force your opponent into ruining 1. And you can commit Reiner and spend the momentum to essentially just go. This attack's damage becomes 1. I love Reiner. I got to play Reiner last year. Myself and Andrew Pratt had a great game of Ghidorah versus Reiner. Nathan James has done great things with Reiner. Reiner, with more ruin introduced on symbols he can play, with Godzilla and some big attacks coming back in as well, I think Reiner still stays a solid A. Mikasa Ackerman 1 dot. Discard 1 card. After you play an attack, clear one card from your capital. This attack gets +1 speed for each time you play this ability. Response, commit 1 foundation. After your attack deals damage, draw a card. So the idea is you play low difficulty air and fire attacks. And you keep discarding cards to get +1 speed, increasing the amount of speed you get. As you start hitting, you start refilling your hand up, and you can just keep launching attacks. You take this long string. It's cool, but you don't have defensive capability. You're 723 without defense. She's done really well at regionals. I cannot say that she did not do well. She's made it into top cuts. She has made it to top cuts of regionals. I know she has got an errata. I just need to. She was errated to. Yeah, she was errated to weapon card, which does make it a bit harder because you can't play through Breaker as easily. But she's still an absolutely solid character. But I'm a little bit torn between A and B. She has topped regional, but I'm going to put in B. She's so good. She is really good. I don't know how good she remains post-rotation. Probably still really good. I'm torn between A and B. I'm going to stick in the middle and possibly come back to her. Michael Bots. Sacrifice 1 foundation, your attack gets +2 speed, +1 damage. Enhanced commit, if you sacrifice 2 more foundations, destroy a rival foundation. He's decent. Blake, seeing as I've put you through some miserable games recently, Up to A. Mako's got a really cool ability, but you're not really getting anything for the sacrifice of foundation. It's not like Erwin, who has the ability to rebuild. You're essentially going 2 for 1, and it's on a commit cost. So you can't like blow up one of your rival's best foundations and then keep sacrifice foundations to get the abilities. It's a choice. Not a fan of Mako. I'm gonna put him into F. Mako isn't unyielding. Yeah, Mako definitely. If we had unyielding, and you can just go unyielding, blow up a bunch of foundations, commit Mako, blow up another foundation, that would be solid. Levi Ackerman, 628. Your charge and/or weapon attack gets +1 speed, +1 damage. Your weapon a card add one weapon card from your card pool to your hand. Now, Kill Kickman put me onto a really cool deck for this like a year ago. I need to update it and give it some more love. I am a big fan of Levi Ackerman and Chahayin. The 28 health is a lot harder. You are trying to do loot things like Bridget and other characters with a consistent +1/+1. Levi's really cool, and you can do some cool things with him. I'm putting him in B, and I'm going to get a shout out for it. I know I am. Crystal Lens, after you scan one or more cards, put 2 wall counters on this character. This is a static, so even if you're committed and you're forced to discard cards, you still get the counters. You get this from Review, you get this from Deus Ex Machina, you get this from Half-Life Realization. Krista is an absolute beast. Remove a wall counter. This attack gains stun 1. Remove 4 counters. Choose 1 card each player's card. Discard. Add it to the top of the deck. Now that can be a bit hard to do with how much self-mill and self-draw abilities are out there. Putting an attack on top of your opponent's deck is really solid. However, if your opponent is basically indicating they can't block, they don't want to block, putting a foundation on top of that can go, cool, now when you need to block, are you going to be drawing into grey and I get another turn? Again, offensively, you go, I'm going to add an attack to the top of your deck. You're going to check poly, or you need to utilize your draw abilities. Now, I'm going to utilize my next check and possibly force you to overextend by constantly drawing you into attacks if you're behind on foundations. Krista is a solid character. Travis has done absolute great things with her, taking it all the way to second place in Worlds. I'm honestly gonna stick into S. I've played Krista. If the skill ceiling to play Krista was higher, A, but Krista is a deck that is very intuitive. If you know enough about the game, Krista is very easy to play. Hard to master, easy to play. Jean-Christine. Once said, after you clear 1 more card from your card pool during the combat phase, add 1 of them to your momentum. Spend momentum. You may change the attack against +3 or -3 speed. So you have vertical maneuvering equipment on face. And vertical maneuvering equipment is very powerful. I didn't realize that. I haven't read this card in 2 years-ish. That's actually really powerful. It has got good symbols for it. I think Jean does deserve to see some decent play. Jean can go into C. Haynes is one of the weakest of the wall counters. After a block is played, add 1 wall counter to this character. So if your opponent blocks, you get 1. Your attack is +1 damage for every 2 wall counters, maximum of 7. So if you get 14, you get 7 damage. And commit returns attack to its printed speed. So 622, one of the chunkier of the human Attack on Titan characters. Definitely one of the weakest wall counter characters. But does have solid growth of wall counters on blocks. And making 1 attack easy to block. I'm going to put you in D. Primarily just because you're overshadowed by everybody else. Han Zoe, current world champion. All static abilities on face, which means unless you seal her, she gets these no matter what. Start of your game, you get a 4 cost backup and build it. 4 cost backups cannot be built. And when you commit to pass a check, you may commit 1 backup as though you were committing a foundation to pass a check. If it's for an attack, it gets +2 speed. Now, the new Godzilla board wipe does include backups, which makes Hanzoe marginally weaker. Depending on how many people play that action, probably not a lot. Solid, strong ability. Turn 2 potential. Great utilization of shift characters. Great utilization of the Sun Jin Woo characters. You don't get to build in shifty characters, but Hanzoe definitely a S tier character just because of how explosive she can be and utilizing resources that will force your opponent to attack backups, take attacks that should go into her face, and forcing you to deal with her backups before you ever get to her. Erwin Smith, 13th Commander of Survey Corps. After you sacrifice 1 or more foundations, all your attack deals damage, get a wall counter. Remove 3 wall counters to build a face down foundation. Build a deck face down. Or sacrifice 1 foundation, your attack gets +2 or -2 speed. So, similar to what we saw with Marco, sacrificing foundations gets you wall counters. But with 3 wall counters gets you a foundation. However, if your attack deals damage, which is what the +2 speed can do, he can get there easy. Yeah, he can get there quite easily. During the height of the gambling deck meta, with Twisting as Inferno, with combined firepower was very strong. The combined firepower nerf takes him from an SA to an AB. And honestly, I think just because I don't see him really getting stronger in Reign of Kaiju, he goes to B. Eren Yeager, 634. Mill 2, this attack gets plus damage for each attack mill this way. If a player has 9 or more foundations, transform Eren Yeager. Once per turn, if this attack is not blocked, your rival flips 1 foundation. And then on the flip side of Eren Yeager, we have some very cool abilities. This is one of the characters I played at Worlds last year. After your character transforms, add 1 attack from your discard pile to your hand. Remove 2 cards from your discard pile. This attack gets +2 damage. After you sacrifice a foundation, during your attack, ruin 1. So the idea behind this for my deck was Twisting as Inferno, Battle or Release, throwing in some throws, and just going, I'm going to try and overwhelm you with damage, and throws like George Hammer and go, here's my 2 high throw for 12. Trying to get all my attacks into double digits. It did its job a couple of times. It was really good in testings. It killed me in testings in terms of my opponents played it better. The people I was testing with got better luck than I did. I just got very lucky. I think this was still an absolutely solid deck, just not for the time. Solid C. Connie Springer. At the start of your turn, declare an attack zone. That attack zone gets -2 speed. Commit 1 foundation. After your attack with printed difficulty 3 or less deals damage. Draw 2 cards. I'm not the biggest fan of these printed difficulty 3 or less characters, but Connie is really fun. Telegraphing to your opponent which block zone you're going to focus on, what attack zone they need to avoid. Not the biggest fan of, especially seeing as when you got things like Shinzo, you get additional speed for it. I'm gonna put this into F. I'll be back in a second. I just need to get some water. I only drank most of it on my way back up, but we are rehydrated. Sorry for the delay. Big Mouth Titan. Big Mouth Titan is one I'm actually a big fan of. 631, your turn, your attack gets +2 damage. If you've not had any cards from your momentum, add top card of your deck to your momentum. Once per turn, discard a card, add 1 card from your momentum to your hand. Again, if we couldn't look at our momentum, if we were just blind guessing, it'd be a lot worse. The fact we can now look at our momentum, very cool. The fact we can set up momentum, we can pick it up, and it's once per turn, so it means you can add block zones, add things that matter, set up your next turn. Very cool. With things like determine advance and aspects, you can go cool, determine advance, get momentum, add the top card edit to momentum with Big Mouth Titan. I now have 2 momentum. I can discard a card and pick one of these up. I've got 2 cards to choose from. I think Big Mouth Titan never got the respect it deserves. I think in 3v3, Big Mouth Titan has got a better home because you can just discard a card, pick up momentum, and keep hitting hard. I think, yeah, solid B tier for Big Mouth. Bertolt Hoover, 635. After your attack is completely blocked, add it to your momentum. I think that's been errated, if I'm correct. Once per turn, after the attack is blocked, add it to your momentum form. Once per turn, discard 1 card, draw 1 card. If the player has 9 or more foundations, transform. When you transform, you ruin X and your rival's X health equal to your momentum. Enhance your attack, gain stun 1 of 3 damage, and once per turn after your rival flips a foundation, they sacrifice it. Absolutely threatening character. Not as threatening as Berthold 2, but a 635, especially at the time when this set released, was almost unprecedented. We had Godzilla -1, but this was one of the first ones that we saw with 35 health in the 5-hander territory as a 6-hander with solid abilities. A tier. I think I'm happy with that. This one's going to be nice and easy. Attack on Titan Clash. Tekken 8 Clash. This will include the star promos. Jin Kazuma, Lightning of Fate. 631. Commit your attack is +1 speed, +1 damage for each attack in your card pool. If your rival has 8 or more foundations, this attack gets +1/+1. This was a starter character. I mean, you need your opponent to have 8 foundations, so you weren't doing anything for the first couple of turns. And you had to commit to give you attack +3/+3, maybe +4/+4. Not great. F tier for Jin Kazuma. If this was one that you could put into the Tekken 6 Jin, because it was able to character stack, cool. This one can't character stack. Hey Cohen. Yeah, doing well. We're just up to Tekken, so we're getting very close to essentially being done. Paul Phoenix, discard 1 card, this attack gets stunned 2 as a 629. Once per turn, your kick or punch attack gets +1 damage for each committed rival foundation. I love Paul Phoenix. I love Paul Phoenix with Rising Uppercut, because Paul Phoenix just goes, yep, drop it in your turn, discard a card, stun 2 in your opponent's turn, and also here's a butt ton of damage. Yeah, the airport at the moment. Oh, are you heading off to World? Are you heading off to Worlds? Are you going to America? Or are you coming back? Well, if you are heading off to Worlds, best luck. Give my best to your dad as well, and hopefully the airport Wi-Fi is stable enough for you. Nice, Cohen. Best of luck. Paul Phoenix, yeah, 629. I like Paul Phoenix. I think Paul Phoenix got a lot stronger. Paul Phoenix is definitely a B. I just don't think he sees enough play. And that's also like my tithe to Tyrell, because Tyrell is a big fan of Paul Phoenix. That's awesome. Who you playing at Worlds? If you don't mind saying. Martial Law 719. After your rival commits one or more foundations during the enhanced step of this attack gets +1 or -1 speed. Response after you commit one or more attacks during the enhanced step, this attack gets +1 or -1 damage. So if you can get commit effects for minus speed, you also reduce damage. If you can get commit effects like heroic endurance from Jetburn, you give -2 speed, you respond for -1 speed. You can survive quite well. Your opponent committing foundations to give you minus speed can also possibly counteract that. I think Marshall is very strong, and I think Marshall is a solid B as well. Let's see. It's almost 1 o'clock. So the first day I did 12 hours, then I did 10 hours. So that's 22 hours. We're approaching the second, 24 hours at the minute. 24 hours, and we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 sets left to go. I should be done by the time Flynn gets back from school, which was what my intention was. Some control deck, not 100% yet. Fair enough. I think control is in a good spot. You just got to be able to match Mikasa's explosive power. You need to be prepared for like what she's trying to do, and you also need to be able to control Deku's output. But man, I know you're a strong enough player. I expect you to do really well. I'll definitely be keeping an eye on your standings throughout Saturday and Sunday. Ling Xiao Yu, 720. Your attack gets +1 damage for each different block zone in your card pool, so you can get 3 damage max. Once per turn, if you have 3 different block zones in your card pool, clear 2 cards from your card pool, draw a card. So you reduce the damage of your next couple of attacks, but you get to draw a card and clear progressive difficulty. Seems decent. It also acts as almost like a defense on face, because if you block with 2 attacks, you can clear them and draw an additional card. Solid C. Devil Jin. Now, Suri has chucked a bunch of money at me for these streams. He's an absolutely amazing guy. And immediately I can tell Devil Jin was hit. Did not die. Devil Jin's kit was hit. Did not die. Devil Jin's kit has been hit again. Now, we haven't seen him pop up at any of the community tournaments since, but I guarantee you he will be at Worlds. Now, Cohen is saying A, and A is probably where he deserves to go. However, someone who is banned from Retro before even hitting Retro deserves to go a little bit higher. Someone who has been nerfed and kept going deserves to be a bit higher. Someone who someone with a much higher skill ceiling, someone who needs to know when to go in, someone who needs to sequence everything properly, deserves to go a bit higher. Like you said, he's good, but he's inconsistent. Knowing how to control that consistency, knowing how to put in the time and effort into playtest it, he definitely deserves S tier for his history and impact on the game. I'm going to put him halfway between a high A, low S, especially with what he's getting in Reign of Godzilla. The ability to consistently check hack, the ability and the fact he's not losing anything from his kit in rotation, but is gaining more in Reign of Kaiju. And yeah, middle between an A plus and S minus. June Kazuma, Light of Hope, 722. Commit after attack deals damage. Your rival adds the top card of the deck to the card pool face down. Tenacious, spend momentum, ready this card. Now, pre-Guilty Gear, I'd have stuck this in F with Jin Kazuma. However, Guilty Gear has supplied a bunch of free momentum, as well as a bunch of high speed, low damage attacks that can utilize it. And now we're getting cards again that care about cards being stuffed in the card pool. I'm down to put her a bit higher. Jin Kazuma can go into C because I see potential in her. That's about us. The jokes just get worse. And I'm sure we'll come back to this when we have Tekken information in a few weeks. Attack on Titan Origins of Power. Now this is one that I'm not too familiar with despite having Historia. I ordered a case of it. It was cool, but I mean in the space of like 4 weeks we got Deku, Tekken and Origins of Power, as well as having events. That entire month is kind of like a blur. So Eren Yeager, Humanity's Hope. Mill 3, your attack gets +1 speed for each Fury card mill this way, +1 damage for each Titan card mill this way. And then you get to, after an attack deals damage, if you have 5 or more cards in your card pool, in your discard pile, add 1 Titan card from your discard pile to your hand and transform Eren, Humanity's Hope, into the attack Titan advancing. Your Fury or Titan attack gets +4 damage. Commit, add 1 card from your stage to your hand. Your next attack gets -3 difficulty and +3 speed. I mean, he's decent, but requiring 25 cards in your discard to transform is hard. You're going to take at least... You're still going into turn 3 or 4 there if you're lucky. And even then... I don't know. When you're around the same time as Endeavor 3, this feels like a discount Endeavor 3. Endeavor 3 is rotating, so maybe this will see a bit more. I don't think we see much self-mill in Reign of Kaiju on Fire. The all symbol wasn't around, so B for Eren. Connie Springer, Ideal Soldier. Spend 1 momentum, clear 1 card from your card pool. After you take damage, add the top card of your deck to your card pool. So the idea is you half block, you keep clearing cards from your card pool. Or you can just keep adding momentum and utilize it very well. Burning Fury is a mill 8. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. And it's a Fury. All the Connies aren't great. Cartine I hate because they had to change the rules to accommodate them to stop them essentially going infinite. So commit, your attack gets +3 speed. Commit, if this attack is blocked, it deals no damage. Form Tenacious, ready this card, commit 1 foundation. The next foundation you try to play ignores progressive difficulty, and your rival commits 1 foundation. So because the commit came after the ready, you play your first attack, you commit this for one of the abilities, you ready it, you commit it, and then you commit 1. Then you ready it, commit it, and you commit the entire board down after the card Titan has been committed once. And that combination is what led to the change that characters can no longer commit as foundations for abilities. Which sucks because characters like Midnight, which I really loved, were no longer viable in terms of the rules. It's a real shame. It's completely understandable why they had to do it, but I will never forgive Cartine for doing it. The ability to give all your attacks +3 speed are basically on your opponent's turn, say do the all for one. If it's blocked, your opponent's attack deals no damage. Very solid. C tier for Cart Titan. Bert Holt Living Weapon. Draw 2 cards, discard 2 cards. If the cards discarded are the same type, this type gets +2 or -2 damage. At the start of your end phase transfer, Bert Holt Living Weapon, each player chooses 3 foundations. If each player chooses 3 foundations and sacrifices the rest. If a player has 9 or more, only playable if a player has 9 or more foundations. When you transform, your attacks get +2 damage. You may remove them after the resolve. After you play an attack, draw a card. Your rival commits 1 foundation. So, essentially, once you transform, you create this massive cycle and you commit your opponent down. It's very solid. Bert Holt did just win the Hero 2. Being able to clear on these symbols, very powerful. I like Bert Holt. He had won the last nationals that we had. I'd still put Bert Holt into S. With how many cheap attacks we now have. Armin Alert, Brilliant Mind. 4, once per turn, sacrifice 1 foundation, search your deck for a card and build it face down. You cannot play attacks for the rest of the turn. The errata, yeah, to be fair, the errata does hurt. But, I mean, it's still not the worst. Forcing them to have 11 foundations so they can kind of play around it, but he's still very strong. And given that we're only just getting deadlock threats back, people haven't been scared enough to go to 11. Bert Holt might be one that pops up at Worlds because again, people are not scared of deadlock at the minute. So Bert Holt could be a decent way to threaten your opponent, going, yeah, go to deadlock, see what happens. The -2 hurts the most. Oh yeah, you don't get to -2 anymore, it's just +2, yeah. Yeah, the fact that you don't get to -2 anymore. Yeah, it's just +2, so your survivability is a lot less. But you don't care what your opponent's doing. Just block. Easy. After you play a keyword ability or outwit, you have commit to 1 foundation. If this is the 3rd time you play this, commit this card. A 6/31 that can go search for any outwit on Death or Order or Infinity. And then after you play a stun, a breaker, any keyword, which we keep getting more of, like being able to go tension, cool, you commit a foundation, is very cool. Being able to go frenzy, deflect, I think Armin gives a solid A. Just because he's still got a year in the standard, and the chances are we're going to see 2 more sets with 2 more keywords. At the start of your first turn of the game, search your deck for a non-unique backup, reveal it, add it to your hand. Draw 1 card for each backup in your stage. If you draw 4 more, transform Zeke. Discard 1 attack, add 1 backup from your discard pile to your hand, so you don't get to use shifts in that, but that's fine. Zeke's already powerful enough. Zeke Beast Titan, your ranged attacks get +2 speed + damage. Discard 1 backup, add 1 ranged attack from your discard to your hand. So he flips what he does. He's a lot more conservative, a lot more defensive as a 5/34, but then transforms into a 6/34, increasing in hand size, which is the only character that does that. And just says, I'm going to keep discarding backups. I'm going to keep having attacks, and you're going to die. as well as having a non-unique backup in your hand. And on these symbols, and with the fact that we keep seeing more and more backups, Zeke solid A. Sasha Blouse 630. Add one card with difficulty 1 or with a difficulty 1 from your stage to your momentum. Draw one card. If the card you added to your momentum is an asset, draw 2 cards instead. Tenacious, discard 1 card. This attack gets plus X speed plus X damage. X equals your momentum. So you commit, you can add soup to your momentum, and then you can draw 2 cards, and then you can discard the cards. You can discard the cards drew to get 1, 2, 3. It's solid. It takes a lot of setup, but there's a lot of free foundation at the minute. There's a lot of free momentum at the minute, especially given that we have the tenacious, we have tension. Sasha can go into B. Sasha tension might be a fun experiment. Rhino Warrior. This is the one that transforms the first time it dies. Mill 4. Your attack gets plus 1 damage for each different card type mill this way. If you've cycled, your attack gets plus 1 speed for each one this way. If you lose the game, you transform and then remove 3 cards from your discard pile. Your attack gets plus 1 speed, plus 1 damage for each different card type moved this way. If you have cycled, you may add 1 card for your momentum to your hand. So you do get to be a fake 6-hander after that. Starting with 17 health is a bit risky, but you're encouraged to play different card types. We're constantly getting different card types. But again, I'm not too sold. B tier for Rhino B. You cast a Protective Friend, reveal 2 weapon cards from your hand. This attack is plus 2 speed, plus 2 damage. After your attack deals damage, reveal the top card of your deck if it's a weapon added to your hand. Which is solid, but you're locked into weapons. And you're kind of giving information away, especially as you go down hand size. C for Mikasa. Levi Ackerman, Strongest Soldier. Commitment Foundation, this attack gets plus 3 or plus speed or damage. Once turn after your non-throw weapon attack deals damage. Clear it from your card pool. Your rival loses X health. X equals the cleared card's check value. So you're looking at 1 to 4 on a once per turn burn. You do get to clear, but it could have been stronger than that. It does kill, and you activate foundations to get additional speed or damage. D tier. Kenny Ackerman, your ranged and or weapon attacks get plus 1 damage, similar to Levi Ackerman from Battle for Humanity. After your non-throw attack deals damage to a character, you may draw 2 cards or have your rival lose 3 health and discard a card. Decent commit cost. I think Kenny Ackerman doesn't get enough love. A 631 Chaos Death is very powerful. I just think there was more powerful characters doing similar things. B tier for Kenny. Jean Christine, dependable competitor. 722. Enhance your attack gets plus 1 damage. It gets plus 1 additional damage for every 2 non-action cards you have played this turn. So your third attack gets 2 damage. Not the best. I guess if you're going down the air clear package. Response commit. After you take damage, add 1 attack from your discard pile to your hand. So you get, it's very Endeavor 1-y in that response commit. I'm not a fan. Honestly, I think that's an F, because 7-handers don't particularly like taking damage. So having a damage respondent ability with no DR on face or consistent DR on the symbols, not the best. Historia Reese, Secret Identity 530 Tenacious. After you build a foundation that does not share a name with a foundation stage, add 1 wall counter and gain 1 health. This is going to be cool for, again, flip costs. You're going to be able to utilize the slot. After you draw 1 or more cards, This attack gets +1 or -1 damage. And remove 2 wall counters, draw a card. So after you build foundations, you get wall counters. You remove 2 wall counters, draw a card. And you can then also, after drawing cards, increase or decrease damage. No chaos this time. Life and Order do have decent draw power. But with the amount of increased form speed draw power, you're not going to see as much. The enhance for 2 wall counters is going to be cool. Probably more utilized defensively. Since you're going to get the majority of your build at the end of your turn. Solid C. Hand Zoe 4 Eyes. Commit, build 1 card from your hand face down. This attack gets +3 or -3 damage. Tenacious, sacrifice 2 foundations, ready this card. On death and life, this is nuts. There's so many things that say after this foundation is destroyed, after it's added to your discard, you get to build in. The fact you can commit to build another one in essentially reads commit. If you can draw enough, you can commit to give -3 damage and then sacrifice 1 foundation to ready it back up, because the foundation you build it from your hand is going to keep utilizing that. If you can find enough ways to draw, which she can be a major threat. I know this time last year, she was an absolute pain to deal with. A tier. Erwin Smith, Strategic Mastermind. Once per turn, build the top card of your deck face down. This attack gets +3 or -3 speed. So you're 534. That's going to build 2 foundations on a turn cycle. After a foundation is destroyed, look at the top 2 cards of your deck. You may put one onto the bottom. So if you know you have 2 foundations and you want to get one of these cards face down because you have an outwit, we can get there. No sacrifice of face, but you do keep getting to look at the top, and you do have good sacrifice symbols. You kind of have to build around it. D tier for Owen. I don't feel good about that, but that's where I think he belongs. So that's Origins of Power. Oh. So we end out 2025 with the 2025 promos. These are the champ cards and these are the champ cards and promo and not champ cards. These are the champ cards and convention promos and redemption promos for 2025. Fern, Callaway, Mysterious Fawn, 4 symbol counter, very powerful 4 symbols. Your spell card attack gets +2 speed. If it's a fire symbol, it gets +1. +2 damage, it gets +1 speed. And after your attack deals damage, mill 2. If you mill a spell, unflip 1 foundation. After Guilty Gear and Heroes of Alexandria, we have so many spells on these symbols. Unflipping isn't the issue. Getting the damage in is. The +1 speed for fire spells really does hurt. Between Big Explosion, Spell Storm, there's great ways to do it. I really like Fern. I've seen Fern do well on streams and in other community games. I'm going to put Fern into A, knowing she can only get stronger, especially with Fairy Tail coming. And Fairy Tail has to have fire spells. It's Natsu's whole thing. Dorian Storm, Charming Minstrel, 532, 3 symbols. Tenacious, reveal top card of your deck. If you revealed an attack this way, this attack gets +X or -X damage. Otherwise, it gets +X or -X speed. X equals the block modifier of the revealed attack. Now, pre-TMNT, this would be a very high, but we now have a lot more cards that don't have block modifiers. Now, granted, you don't have to run them in Dorian. You have got Order, you get access to things like Hacker, and there's some good 4 block modifiers out there. You are making your blocks harder by running them all, but reducing the speed by your block modifier means you're essentially blocking at base speed, as well as giving yourself +2, +3, +4 damage or speed on everything, making sure your stuff is more guaranteed to hit. I like Dorian. I like Dorian very well with loot. C tier for Dorian. Mark Tyner. Mark Tyner cannot be sealed. Mark Tyner lets you have 2 of every unique foundation out. Mark Tyner gets a health every time you fail a check, and at response speed twice per turn may commit any unique card in their stage to give a check, theirs or yours, +2 or -2, and failing that check will end the turn. The fact that he ends turns means he is an issue. Simple as. I cannot think of any other response speed interaction that ends turns. Power of Space Godzilla has confirmed to be getting an errata by Jeremy. This is the only response speed standard card I can think of that says when you make the check, I can choose to make this check lower, and if you fail it, you end your turn. It's a nasty character, and that ability to just end your opponent's turn on a bad check is an absolute pain. And Mark Tyner goes into S tier, and I think he is going to be gatekeeping worlds. Ashley Fullerton, 721. Your attack. Build the top card of your deck face down. Your rival adds a top card deck to the card pool. Tenacious, sacrifice 1 foundation. After an attack is played, it gets +2 or -2 speed. Ashley with Breaking, Ashley with the new Godzilla Rated Kaiju stuff that raises characters, Ashley with card pool stuffing. Ashley is a very powerful character, and in Hero 2, I would love to see what she can do with Tongue Whip. I think she's an absolutely solid character. People were hyped for her the moment she was revealed. Mark Tyner should have got clipped before World. I don't know how Mark Tyner has been able to go this long. Mark Tyner actually goes into A. But Mark Tyner definitely deserves to get clapped, clipped, dealt with after Worlds. Honestly, it should have been part of the February stuff. All these is just an errata on there that says, failing this check does not end your turn. Simple as. Mark Tyner is still playable, is still powerful, becomes on par with like Space Godzilla, and the fact, but yeah, just nightmare fuel. Garrett Brett, once form, gain 1 health and unflip 1 foundation. Enhance once per turn, add 1 card from your rival's discard pile to their card pool. It's a solid ability. It's not as broken as some of the Garrett Brett cards we've seen. I like it. I think it's cute. Does some very cool things with Mechazoids. C tier for Garrett Brett. William Anderson III. Oh, I love this character. It's like it was genuinely the first character, like the first champ character I saw, and was like, this seems nuts. Mitchell seemed fair. Nick seemed R&D independent. But once turn, ready one foundation from your staging. Add 1 ready foundation from your staging area to your hand. Flip 1 rival foundation with the same printed difficulty as the foundation you added to your hand this way. So you add a face down, you flip a 0 cost. Simple as. Enhance once per turn, sacrifice 1 face up foundation, build the top 2 cards of your deck face down. With things like Enormous Axe, that becomes 3 foundations. A 722 that aggressively builds out on the death and life symbol, and that essentially lets you add face down attacks to your hand with no additional cost other than having to flip 1 rival foundation if you can. Essentially makes you a pseudo 8-hander, and especially since it's once per turn, I can add it in my opponent's turn, picking up the perfect block. I'm putting Will Anderson in S, and I expect angry messages from people when they wake up. Mitchell Cimino. Mitchell Cimino is an amazing character, answers its own questions on face. Once per turn, after you review a card, add it to your momentum. Response, after you spend momentum, remove it, and after you spend 1 momentum, remove them. Add them to your hand at the end phase. Commit one foundation. After the attack is played, it gets +1 or -2 speed, and then +1 or -1 to one of its keyword ratings. So reducing a powerful, reducing a stun, reducing a deflect, or a powerful, or after its attack off, reducing a deflect, reducing an EX, reducing a stun, reducing a powerful. All very good abilities to have. As a 630, and utilize it basically to recycle your attacks. Be able to go, cool, I'll add this stuff to my momentum. Also a great Koenma character. Be able to just, once you understand what your opponent's deck does, be able to dismantle it from the inside out. Solid A for Mitchell. Nick Reagan has been nerfed already. We hate to see it. Nick Reagan was an overly powerful character to the point where it was almost threatening how powerful Nick Reagan was. Nick Reagan has been limited to twice per turn. Still a threatening character, still very powerful. Not as consistent as he used to be, and only gets weaker every year because of Blitz. I still like Nick Reagan. I don't think Nick Reagan sees the play he used to. Before the errata, easily S, even with the RNG aspects. With the errata, solid B. But with the errata and the fact that we're about to go through rotation, which means he only has 2 sets to draw from. Granted, they're very powerful sets. Still having access to a true 100% is going to be what keeps him in the high tiers. But he does lose a fair bit with the loss of Platinum Outspoken and other synergies he is able to utilize. Best way I can put that. Oh boy, time to lose friends and alienate people. Heroes of Exandria, Critical Role 10th anniversary set. Let's have some fun. We have made it to last year. Woo! Okay. So, there is 20 characters here for a 211 size set. Essek Phalis, Expert Dunamancer 719. Response, once returned Tenacious. Remove 1 action from your discard pile. After a player makes a check, they recheck. So your opponent doesn't commit anything, they recheck. This is very RNG based. This is very Dunamantic, but you can't force them to take the worst of 2 checks. You can't go, okay, check again, take the lowest check out of the 2, like you're making them play with disadvantage. You're basically just going, check again, and you could get them a 6 check. You could get them a 3 check. It's very messy, and commit. Your spell gains Echo. With Chaos, there are great ways to utilize momentum with water. He's very squishy, and without the ability to... If it was disadvantage, if you were forcing your opponent to take the lowest of the 2 checks, great, but I think Essek gets stronger in 3v3, which saves him from F, but he's definitely in D. Caleb Widowgast, Fiery Transmuter, 629. Discard 1 spell, add 1 spell with the same difficulty as the discarded card from your discard pile to your hand. After you play an action card, your rival loses 1 health. If this is the third or more, if you play this ability 3 or more times, seal this character. So, I can discard a spell, a foundation, and attack to pick up a action spell. Play the action spell, burn you for 1, which can kill, and then utilizing kill. Or I can discard a spell to pick up the perfect block. You are a true 6-hander. They're not really giving stats, and you're forcing to play actions, which we have got a lot better ones, but it's not like a mimic situation. The more actions you have, the more into you eat into consistency. Caleb goes into C. Caduceus Clay, Insightful Caretaker, 534. Choose a player. That player gains 4 health. Each backup in the stage gains 2. So this is a very good PvE character for support, as well as what you can just select yourself. Once per turn, Tenacious, this attack gets plus X or minus X, plus X damage or minus X speed. X equals the total number of backups in your stage plus 2. If it's 4 or greater, draw a card. Now, the best way to deal with Caduceus is keep killing the backups. That top enhance only triggers if he can heal. So you can kind of turn off the commit ability. He is a true 5-hander if you can keep the backups below 4. Which, isn't the hardest to do. I mean, I played a game against Blake where I was playing Eldsgoro, and I was just focusing on the backups until I was able to get a stage and a hand where I was just able to go, now I'm coming for you, and I don't think you're going to be able to handle it. Beauregard Lionette. Well, let's put Caduceus into Seaway. Beauregard Lionette. Earth, Fire, Water. There's only one way to play Bow in this game, and that's with no sleeves, because sleeves are bullshit. 629, once per turn, your turn, discard 1 attack, check a 6, add the top 2 cards of your deck to your card pool face down as 3 speed, 3 damage attacks, and they have the punch, kick, or slam keyword, and you can commit 1 foundation to give them essentially, for each kick, punch, or slam attack in your card pool, you get +1 damage. So you can turn them into 3 speed, 5 damage attacks if you have no other cards in your card pool. If you have no other attacks in your card pool, chances are your first attack's going to get +3 damage, and then each of the sequential attacks are going to get +3 damage. They are incredibly blockable. Bow's roundhouse kick is very cool. If it was an enhancer, you could use it, just play as is, but you kind of need to play it and then either play the roundhouse after using the once per turn, or use it and then play it so you can build everything in. There's some very cool bow builds, don't get me wrong, there's some absolutely solid bow builds. I just think for dope monk shit, this isn't it. B tier for bow. Alora Vyson, Arcanist of Taldari. 628, twice per turn, remove 1 action card from your card pool, add the top card of your deck to your momentum. Commit 1 foundation after an attack is played, seal it, your next check to play an attack, play a card gets +3. So, utilizing this defensively is really cool. Utilizing this offensively to also give your next check +3 is really cool. And sealing an attack that might not be doing anything for you, I like it. I'm not the biggest fan of this focus on utilizing actions from the card pool. She is a solid. She is a solid City Rampage character. She did have some very cool mill combinations in play. For that, Alora goes up to A. Percy Sharpshooter, remove 1 card from your discard pile. This attack gets +1 on maximum speed as a 622. Honestly, not the worst, but definitely it does go F. I know people have had a lot of fun with Percy and bow starters, but let's be honest. Commit, add 1 attack with 3 difficulty from your discard pile to your hand. Your attack gets +3 damage. They're cute, but they're 22 health characters as a 6 hand sizer. Technically 7 hand sizer for this bow, as you get an attack, but realistically, they're not the most playable. Oh, there's so many here. Oh. Yasha Orphan Maker. If you take 3 or more damage from an attack, add 1 rage counter to this card. Your attack gets +X damage. X equals the number of rage counters on this. Half the number of rage counters this card rounded up +1. So if you have 7 rage counters on your counter, you get 4 damage plus 1, so you get 5. If you have no rage counters on your character, you get 1. Pretty decent. Once per game, remove 6 rage counters from this character. Your rival removes 2 cards from their hand. A very powerful once per game, but essentially you have to take 6 attacks to do that. And they have to be 3 or more damage to get there. On face, I know there are cards that add rage counters, and there's other cards that spend rage counters. Getting that once per game off is not as easy as it sounds. Yasha can join Bo in B tier. Vex Ally Protector of the Wild. Build 1 ally asset or ally backup from your card pool. If you did, and it's your turn, draw a card. So if you block one, you can still build in, but you don't get to draw a card. You're essentially a fake 600 if you can get an ally asset, if you can get an ally backup, if you can get an ally foundation, ally asset or backup into your card pool, either blocking with one or playing one. It does have some very good synergy with Jarrett Tariff. Flip 1 foundation after your range or weapon attack is not blocked. Unflip 1 foundation. Honestly, I kind of agree with Response on Play that Vixalia is very playable. I just don't think she's had like the testing and time put into her. So A tier for Vixalia. Vaxel down this set gets plus X damage minus X speed. X equals the number of cards in your card pool. After you play your 3rd weapon attack this turn, you either discards 1 card and you draw 1 card. A solid character you get if you can get 3 weapon attacks in your card. If you can play 3 weapon attacks, you can definitely get there. There's a lot of weapons in play, and the more you block, the easier it is to be, because essentially all of your blocks are being played without progressive, and all of your attacks are getting progressive on top. Vaxel gets a B tier. Tammy Downton is going to be taking Brett damage because I do not like the character. I like the animated voice and design a bit better than this, if I'm honest. I don't know what I can say. I think the animated series is going to do them a lot better design wise. Once per turn, remove X momentum. Build 1 asset for your discard pile with difficulty equal to X plus 1. X may equal 0, so you can get a 1 or 0 diff foundation each turn for free. Commit 1 asset. This attack gets plus X or minus X speed. X equals the printed difficulty of the committed asset. So Cerritos is a great one you can do with this. You would need essentially 5 momentum, spend 5 momentum to do it, and you're removing it. Tarion did work. Tarion did some great stuff. Tarion can go into B. He would be A, but he's taking Brett damage because he's such an... I do not like the character. I don't mind... I love Sam Riegel. I love Scanlan. I love Not. I love FCG. I love Barris. I can't stand Tarion for some reason. Really can't. Scanlan Short Halt, the most forgotten Chrome in the game. Forgotten by UVS at Worlds. Forgotten by IGN in their list of most expensive cards in Heroes of Exandria. A sad, sad story of a bard who just wants to be seen that no one is noticing. Once per turn, Tenacious, after you play an action card, build top card of your deck face down. Very similar to JJ, which we'll get into fairly soon. Maybe not. Reveal top, commit. Reveal top 2 cards of your deck. This attack gets plus 2 or minus 2 speed. If you reveal a non-foundation card, this attack gets plus 4 or minus 4 speed instead, and you may add 1 non-attack card from your discard pile to your hand. Solid with Scanlan's hand, you can do some really silly things. Scanlan is a lot of fun, but I just don't think people have put in the time to have as good a time as you can with him. C tier. Puma Soul, Magical Proprietor, also known as Pumat Swole when he does the enlarge and becomes beastly, and also known as Pumat Snow. Once to remove one foundation from your stage, build one asset or backup from your hand. Once turn, after discard one card. After you play an attack, choose one. It gains EX3. Your rival commits 2 foundations or draw 2 cards. That utility of abilities is very strong. Being able to just remove a foundation from your stage to build an asset or backup, and it doesn't have to be a ready foundation. So you can just get rid of a committed foundation and build an asset or backup from your hand. And then just be able to discard a card on symbols like Order, which has some good discard synergies, to after you've played an attack, draw 2 more cards, commit your opponent's last couple of foundations, or just go, I'm going to EX this into the sun, and you're going to die. Pumat Soul is a solid A tier character. Pike Trickfoot. I got a soft place in my heart for Pike Trickfoot. During the PvE at last year's Worlds, myself and Jacob teamed up as Grog and Pike to beat down the Manticore because he increased the damage of each of his attacks. So I jumped in with the Pike Trickfoot to then go have him get +2 speed, meaning he could get over the agility. Pike is a great support character for PvE. It's always your turn unless it's your opponent's activation, which means you can always gain health. And if you can aid your opponents by having them go, cool, let's reduce the speed, let's increase the speed of your attacks, getting them over agility, doing some damage. Inside of standard, not so great. D tier, but for PvE alone, C tier. Percival DeRollo III, Vengeful Sharpshooter. Remove one tech card from your discard pile. Your range of tech attack gets +6 speed. X equals the removed attack's block modifier. Lose 1 health. After you play a card, both players commit 1 foundation. I don't like having to commit that myself. I'm paying 1 health. My opponent should commit. I'm committing as well, which seems really bad, especially since I'm losing health. And removing tech cards seems fine for additional speed. The top ability itself is powerful enough. That second ability drags it down to C. Not the Brave, Chaotic Meddler, 721. Your rival mills 2. If the milled cards were of the same type, seal 1 foundation. Your attack gets +X speed. X equals your momentum +1, so you're always getting +1 speed. And spend momentum after you block an attack. It deals no damage, so you're getting that all for 1 block for the commit and spend 1 momentum. You're always getting at least +1 speed, and every single one of your attacks is milling 2 and possibly sealing your opponent's aspects. I like not enough to put them into A. With how much free momentum exists on these symbols now, I think Not deserves the A. Mollymock, however, Mollymock's gorgeous, absolute beast, great in the show, great in the game, great in the table play. I'll be back in a second. My dingle bell's going. Second time in a goddamn row. What week this time? it wasn't my parcel, and Amazon decided to chuck it behind the bin as I was literally coming to the door. Decided to run outside. Whew. Okay, so Monomock. Says just lose 1 health, your weapon attack gets +1 damage or gains stun 1. Being a blood mage, this makes a lot of sense. Whew. I am out of shape. Once per turn, reveal 2 cards from your hand. If an attack is played, seal 1 rival foundation for each revealed card. This way, your rival may sacrifice 1 face-up foundation to cancel this effect. So, with Megalomania, this is actually really interesting. So you play Megalomania, you reveal 2 cards, and you can seal 3 things from the first attack, instantly putting the additional damage on play, kind of forcing your opponent to go, do you want to go down 3 resources? Or do you want to sacrifice 1 foundation to just lose 1? I may have underestimated Monomock. I was in here immediately. You do need to utilise weapons, which is a shame because not too many weapons are utilising seal. There's a lot more spells and things doing it. I'm not a big fan of burning health that can kill me to do stuff like that. Stun 1 is pretty cool, but the seal is a lot more impactful. And the fact that you can seal 2 things in your turn and then seal 2 things in your opponent's turn, but you are giving away a lot of information to that. Monomock is C. Save from D because of how much seal synergy we now have. Lady Kima of Vord, 536. First form, add an attack from your discard pile to your card pool. Your checks to play cards get +1. So essentially, you add a card from your you add a card from your discard to your card pool, and you play without progressive. This is pretty cool because you can add things like Earthbreaker if it's on symbol. I need to double check. And every time you draw cards, you give your attacks damage. Then your non-throw attack gets +6 damage. X equals half the printed difficulty of the preceding attack in your card pool. So if you add a 13 diff attack to your card pool using Lady Kima, you get +7 damage to your first attack. Pretty sick. However, you have to essentially keep playing more powerful attacks, or the damage starts to taper off as you go deeper into a string, which is a shame. D tier for Lady Kima. Keeler for the Irish Eye, 4 symbols, very cool. One of the only few 4 symbol characters in standard. I think there's 4. No, sorry, Deku's 5, so there's 3. First form, commit 1 foundation on flip 1 foundation. Once per turn, ready 1 foundation with difficulty 1 or less. And once per turn, after an attack deals damage, your rival flips 1 foundation. So during your attack, during your opponent's attacks, they will be flipping. You get to unflip, and then once per turn, you get to keep readying your face downs on your 1 diff foundations. There's a lot of cool unflip synergies that you can use with Keyleth. Keyleth is fairly powerful, especially with a lot of the hex abilities. Be able to utilize flip abilities consistently, such as check hacking, drawing, top card manipulation. Very cool. Keyleth is definitely a A or B. I'm putting B, but she could. There's a world where I could easily put her into A. Jess Lavon, Traveller's Faithful, 7/20, twice per turn. Add the top card of your discard pile to your hand. Discard 1 random card. If you discarded a copy of the same card, this tag gets +2 or -2 speed. So either you discard the copy of the card you picked up to get additional speed or make stuff easier, or you get to pick up the top card of your discard pile, which could be a stronger card for you to use. especially if you can utilize spending momentum to try and pick up more attacks. After your spell attack deals damage, gain 1 health, ready 1 foundation that has not been ready this combat phase. I think she's cute, I think she's silly, but I don't think she's as playable as others. She goes into C. Groggery Strongjaw. Groggery Strongjaw, Grand Poobah of this and that. Mighty Half Giant of Vox Machina. If an attack deals damage, add 1 rage counter to Grog. Before you would take damage from an unblocked attack, reduce that attack's damage by 2. And then remove 1 rage counter from this card, draw a card, your attack gets +3 damage. A fake 5-hander if I've ever seen one. If we want in a realm of big attacks coming in, again, like, this is a perfect kind of thing you go and say, oh, Mikasa doesn't do well to it. If Mikasa's giving +4 to everything and you're giving -2 to everything, you're at a deficit. If we were in a world where attacks were just coming in for printed damage, Grog would be one of the strongest characters ever printed. But there's a lot of free damage, there's a lot of cool things happening, and I think Grog is a lot stronger than people give him credit for. He's just not being played. So, with that in mind, I'm going to put Grog into A. And maybe he gets some hate. Maybe my prejudice for Travis Willingham's Grog and just how amazing Grog is in the show is coming through. On the opposite side of that, not the biggest Ford fan. You may try to play 1 Spellbolt card from your discard pile as your next card this turn. You don't have to discard cards, so you just go upper hand size, but you're very limited to what you can play. And then Tenacious, after your spell or weapon attack deals damage, seal 1 rival foundation, your next attack gets +2 damage. So again, you're stuck in spell and weapons. You're being pigeonholed into having to play a particular style. On a 628, no real defense on the face. To quote Not, I just don't think he's strong enough. You can join your love in C tier. Now, I really hope we get more Critical Role. This year, next year, anytime. I want Bell's Hells. I want Exandria Unlimited. I want the Search for Grog. Vox Machina versus Mighty Nine. All the stuff that's going on with Campaign 4 and Amira. I want all of it in the game. In fact, I need to write the script for a video talking about how Campaign 4 is perfectly suited for universes. I keep forgetting to do that. So this is Heroes of Exandria. We are into the last 5 sets. Let's go. Attack on Titan. Attack on Titan Apocalypse. 628. Your attack, mill 2. Build 1 backup with difficulty 2 or less among cards milled this way. So if you don't mill any, you don't get any. Because it has to be a backup. It has to be 2 or less. And it has to be among the cards milled. That's really risky, and you're going down 2 cards for that. First enhance commit, and that's also not even tenacious. If you have 3 or more backups, double this attack's speed of damage. This attack reduces attack's damage to 0. I've played against Flock. Flock's a interesting one. It does take a bit of setup. The mill does seem to whiff more than it hits. Flock goes to B tier, in my opinion. Falco Grace. Falco is a 631. Enhanced spell momentum, ready 1 foundation does not be ready this turn. If this is the second time you've played this ability, transform Falco. And then Falco transforms into the Flying Titan Jaw Titan Flying form. When this attack deals damage, ready 1 card in your stage that has not been ready this combat phase. All of your attacks get EX2. And commit, your attack gets +1 speed for each foundation in your rival stage. So, You can make one attack impossible to deal with. You can ready up Jotain twice. If the attack deals damage, you ready up, you get to do it again, and then you can keep readying up other cards. A solid string character, decent re-readying capability. All your attacks have an EX. On the chaos symbol for 3 momentum, Falco's an A. Now I might get some hate from Blake for putting Falco above Flock, but I do what I want. Eren Yeager Usurper. 536. Mill 3, your attack gets. Add 1 Fury or Titan to your momentum that was milled that way. After the attack deals damage, your rival equips 1 foundation. If you cycle this game, draw 2 cards and transform Eren Yeager. You transform into attack time finale. Your Fury or weapon attacks get stun 1 and 3 damage. Spend 1 momentum, add a Titan card from your discard pile to your hand. No, Flock is actually worse than Falco. Fair enough, Blake. Eren's cool. Bit slow. I don't know that many games that actually get to the cycling stage. Post-rotation loses a lot. Eren goes in C. Pre-rotation, AB. After we get Reina Kaiju, easily C. Connie Springer, Conflicted Heart, 630 health. After your weapon attack deals damage, you may clear it from your card pool. If you do, you cannot play copies of that attack this turn. Absolutely solid sealed character. Absolutely solid pre-release character. The chance of you seeing multiple copies of the same attack are very slim. When I did my pre-release prep, I put Connie really high because if your weapon attack deals damage, you cleared it and you could essentially play with no progressive. I think Connie's cool. If we ever get a singleton format, I think Connie could be really good there. In standard play, no. If you don't deal damage, your ability is off, and so you're just saying to your opponent, block me, and I do nothing. I'm in alert. Power of the Colossus. My reveal for Apocalypse. Cards in your hand you may try to play this as a face-down foundation with a difficulty of 2. Meaning you can never be foundation screwed because you've always got blank foundations you can play. At the start of your end phase, if you have 8 or more foundations, destroy 1 rival foundation and transform Arm and Alert. First enhance, flip 1 foundation, your non-throw attack gets +2 damage. If it deals damage, unflip 1 foundation. This is a great way to utilize Outwits and other cards that love to be face down. So you can flip 1 card face down to have its Outwit ready. And then unflip 1 on damage. That has a cost for flip. Colossus Titan Finale. Flip 1 foundation. Look at the top card of your deck. You may discard 1 card and draw a card. Enhance sacrifice 1 face down foundation. This deck gets 5 damage. That does include throws, which is very, very cool. And 8 foundations is not that hard to get to. Amit Alert might be a solid. It might be a solid 3v3 character because you kind of just come in, then at the combat phase ends and you flip or you get an additional turn, and then at the end of your turn you flip. I want to try 3v3 Armin now. I think that'd be really cool. Armin is a solid. I'm a sucker for 5 damage and everything. Sacrifice foundation for 5 damage, as well as card filtering for flip. Answering the questions on face, and an 8 foundation transform cost. Plus, it was my reveal. Armin goes into A. Fight me. Annie Leonhardt. When you are committed to pass checks, you may commit 1 backup as though it was a foundation. So we've got another backup player character. Your attack, sacrifice 1 backup or foundation. Add the top card of your deck to your momentum. If you've played 3 or more, if you have 3 or more momentum, transform Annie. While committing to pass a check, you may commit 1 backup as though it was a foundation. If you have 2 or more backups, your attacks get +2 speed. Commit 1 momentum. This attack gets +3 speed or spell momentum. This attack gets +3 or -3 damage. Your next check gets +2. Very cool. Good stringer. On death. Very cool. I might actually need to try this Annie. I did build a strange deck for the first Annie. I think this Annie might be better. This is kind of like a Godzilla Light, but it's 7 hand size, and on Chaos, I'll put it into A, but I could see an argument to put it into S. Jaeger, once per turn, your next check gets +X, equals some of the backups in your stage +1, so you're guaranteed to get +1. Sacrifice 1 backup, gain 1 health, and draw 1 card. If there's at least 10 backups in your stage and discard power command, you may transform Zeke Jaeger into the Beast Titan finale. If you have 2 more backups your checks to play ranged attacks or Titans get +2, and commit 1 backup, gain 1 health, draw 1 card. Again, a very interesting card. Shame it only works for Titans. There's a lot more cool backups you could. The shame it only works for Titan attacks. There's a lot of cool stuff. I like Zeke. I don't think he's taken as big a hit as he could have done. I'm going to put Zeke in B and suffer the wrath of sleeping people. Warhammer Titan F632. Commit, lose X health. Add 1 attack with a check value X for your discard power to your hand. So for an attack, you're always going to be burning 4, 3, 2, 1. Stations after your attack gets +6 damage for every 5 health you have. Reduce this by 1. So the first time you play it, you're going to be getting 0. Once you hit 20 for every 5 health, so once you hit below 30, you get 1 damage. Once you hit below 5, you get 6 damage. You get 6 damage. It's conditional, but as soon as you're burning yourself and you can kind of really pop off, it's fairly cool. But what it goes to D. Just because you're having to play bad checks to save on the health, and the weaker you get, the more powerful you get, but you're still getting weaker, which means you can be caught off guard and you can take some serious damage. Reiner Braun, Marley's Shield. At the start of your phase, if you have 4 card types among card types in your stage, and you have at least 1 momentum, flip 1 Rifle Foundation and transform Reiner Braun. First of all, your non-attack cards get -1 difficulty. Your rival and enhance your attack. Your rival flips 1 foundation, transforming into Reiner Armor Titan finale. Your attacks get +1 damage for each card type among cards in your stage. Your rival attacks get -1 damage and commit 1 card in your stage. After an attack is played, commit or flip 1 rival foundation. Power tokens boost this ridiculously. We already have a decent amount of different cards. If you can get 1 of each down, including a power token, you get +5 damage. You're already guaranteed to get 2 card types in your stage from foundations and the character. If you can get a backup or a asset down through shifting or through cheating, then you can also get a power token down. You get to flip ridiculously early, and power tokens are hard to interact with. There's not really a way for your opponent to get rid of power tokens, which means when you transform, it's just a constant source of 1 damage, and I think that is enough to put Reiner into A. Poco, mill 3, your weapon or fury attack gets +1 speed and +1 damage for every 4. If you gets +1 speed, +1 damage. If you have 4 more attacks in your card pool, add 1 card from your card pool to your hand. Add 1 card from your hand to your card pool face up. You may transform Porco. Porco transforms into the Jaw Titan Crushing Biter. Your Fury and or Titan attacks get +2 speed and +2 damage. Sacrifice 1 foundation. After your rival plays a block, seal it. So you're never getting breakered. You're never getting rising uppercut. Reversals aren't a thing against you. Every smile, showdown, they don't exist. It's very interesting. I think Porco being a 724 is very survivable and has solid abilities, but I'm still going to put them into B. Peak Finger, Panzer Unit, Cartman. Add the top card of your deck to your... build the top card of your deck face down. Crystal Hands, Tenacious. Sacrifice 1 foundation. This deck gets +2 minus damage. Transform into the Cart Titan finale. After this character transforms, you may search your deck for one copy of anti-Titan artillery and build it. Tenacious, sacrifice 1 foundation. This attack gets +3 or -3 speed. Transform Cart Titan finale. So sacrifice 2 foundations gets you +3/+3, and it gets you an asset that gives you +1. So you're talking +3/+4. And you get to have you get to build an additional foundation. So if you only use it as a poke, that's very powerful. I know David and other people were very hyped on Peak when she first came out. I wasn't sold on her being the new Godzilla. I wasn't sold on her being this new super aggressive threat. I've played against her a couple of times. You have to be very careful. She has a very high skill ceiling, which I don't think is justified by her abilities, and that gatekeeps her out of S. I think A is as far as she goes. Mikasa, Hizu's Hope. Reveal 1 weapon card from in your hand. This attack gets +X damage. X equals the revealed card's block modifier. Sacrifice 1 foundation, draw 2 cards. On Air and Death, with the amount of self-clearing, with the amount of foundations that can be built or cheated in, this character is insane. We know this character is insane. This character was one of the biggest topping characters in Buffalo. This character did really well for Tam Cardwell in Glasgow. The only thing that kind of stops Mikasa is the fact she's a 5-hander, so she can draw badly at the start. But if she gets a solid start, you're in trouble. S tier. Levi Ackerman, Vengeance Driven. Lose 1 health, this attack gets +2 speed. If you have 15 or less health, it also gets 2 damage. At the start of the end phase, add 1 weapon card from your card pool to your hand. 631. You have to lose health to give speed, and once you get into desperation, you get damage. You do get to pick up 1 weapon card, so that's of both end phases. So you can essentially always have a block. You can always have an attack ready to go in hand. Not massively sold on that. C tier, D tier. Yeah, no. John Christian, Howard Soldier. Once per turn, discard 1 card. If you've cleared 1 or more cards from your card pool this turn, draw 2 cards. This attack gets +3 or -3 speed. That's just it's a glass kind of 1 punch kind of thing. You have to play it as essentially your third ability, your third attack, unless you can do some silly things to clear a bunch of stuff. I'm not sold. D tier for Jean. And we finish with Hanj Zoe, 14th Commander of the Survey Corps. At the start of your turn, add 1 wall counter to this card, then add 1 wall counter for every 4 cards in your stage with different names. Instantly tricky. Enhance, remove 3 wall counters, choose 1 card in your capital, does not count towards progressive for the rest of the turn. It's a lot of work for what they're trying to do. Han Zoe has had some very powerful abilities, and they don't follow it through on the third one. Essentially, I need to have 8 cards in my card pool with different names. 8 cards in my stage with different names in order to get the free wall counters just to make one thing not count towards progressive difficulty. And it's the start of your combat phase. Just let me select the card. And it's the start of your turn. You only get. If it was both players' turn, maybe higher. I'm sorry, Hans. They're going to F. So that's Attack on Titan Apocalypse. Woo! That time draws near. Oh, let's go with TMNT. 15 characters. This is going to be fairly fast because TMNT was a fun set. It was a really cool set, but the characters weren't the best scaled. First of all, add the top card of your rival's deck to their card pool face down. If they have 10 or more foundations, they add the top 2 instead. A 6 for a health hand, 6 for a character. Discard 1 card. After the attack is not blocked, it gets +1 or -1 damage for every card in your rival's card pool. So you have to block everything she's throwing, because if you don't, she's giving +2 on the discard of a card. And with fire, that's fairly powerful. And with all the card pool stuff incoming from Reign of Kaiju, Leatherhead is an easy B. Donatello is an absolute control beast. Your attack gets +1 damage for each asset in your stage. After you block one asset with a printed difficulty 4 or less, build it on Good and Void. Void control Donnie with Donnie's bow staff, cape, tattered costume, can do silly things. I played against Donatello that the Dobbers came up with, and it sits there, it defends, it breaks you, it forces you to overextend, and then it throws at you a 18-18 attack that goes, yeah, you can't stop this. It's a lot of fun. Donatello is one that's only going to get stronger. A tier. Bishop. Your attack is +1 speed for every 4 cards in your stage. This includes power tokens, backups, assets, foundations, characters. 1% after you check an asset with a printed difficulty 3 or less, build it. So this again is Donnie's bow staff, cape, tattered costume. There is some very silly things that Bishop can get away with here. I really like Bishop. Bishop's biggest issue was finding sources of damage. Losing Rejuvenate Smash is going to be a pain. Losing Barrier Shield, losing Sweeping Daggers were all pains. But there's a lot of cool things coming in Reign of Kaiju. I expect there to be more assets coming from the year. And with power tokens, the damage issue is kind of becoming less of an issue for Void. So I think that, honestly, Bishop is an A-tier character. And I will fight people on that. That is just how I feel. Bebop Broly Brawler. Once per turn, add the top card of each player's deck to their card pool face down. If you have 3 or more cards in your card pool, this attack gets +3 or -1 damage. So essentially, your second attack, your third attack, whichever one, gets +3 damage. You are playing with progressive difficulty, but with these symbols, there are ways to play around that. And you're essentially going to your opponent. We're both going to play with +1 progressive difficulty. Earth and Water have got some cool ways to interact with additional cards in the card pool as well as clear them. Bebop is very cool and forces your opponent to essentially break up combos, play with additional progressive difficulty, messing about with things like City Rampage. City Rampage Bebop, where you just go, cool, I'm going to play on progressive, but all my attacks are going to have +1 speed, +1 damage, and they're going to come in with 3 damage because I have 3 cards in my card pool with City Rampage, my attack, and now the face down card, and now the face down card. Yeah, let's go. But Bebop goes into B. April is a 627. Your checks to play ally cards have +1. That's foundations, assets, backups, attacks all get +1. Your enhance your rival mills 1. Depending on what they mill, depends on the ability you get. 6 or greater, your rival discards a card. 4 or 5, you get to review a card and draw a card. And then 3 or less, you just get to draw a card. So if you force your opponent to check an attack, you just get to draw. If your opponent checks a base level or average foundation, you get to review. Review is very important, but not once you lose jet burn as much. And then 6 or greater, your rival discards a card. So if they're running lots of 6 checks, you could just burn their hand out. And it's your rival milling, so you are taking them down resources. I think that's relatively solid. But I think she definitely goes into C tier. She takes a lot of work. She has a very high skill ceiling. I think she definitely goes into C. Retro Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 626. This attack gets +1 speed or +1 damage for each attack in your card pool. Is a 626 F tier. If it was both, I would be down for those abilities. The fact you have to choose makes me sad. It's as simple as that. Makes me sad, but what can you do? Wingnut. I like Wingnut. Yeah, I like Wingnut. 636. Once per turn, changes attack zone to high. It gets +1 on maximum speed. So you can change your opponent's attack to high, reduce its speed, and then also make it more blockable, utilizing until rotation, showdown, every smile. Once per turn, you may build a tech card of difficulty 3 less from your hand, or seal 1 rival foundation. Seal again at the beginning of your rival's turn. So after your that's not even once. Actually, that's not even once per turn. So after your attack deals damage, you just get to keep building or keep sealing. With things like Megalomania, this could be absolutely beautiful. I'm very excited to see how Wingnut's going to get stronger with all the sealing in Reign of Kaiju. I'm going to put in between A and B, just because I think that's where he belongs. The TMNT, if you would check during your turn, if you would check a 3, instead you check a 4. This is cool. You can utilize things like Warpgate Portal. You can play the Warhammer Titan one check. You can play a lot more risky checks. If this was both players' turn, this would be a lot more playable. You cannot check below a 4 is a very powerful ability. Only being able to check a 4 in your turn really does hurt. And checking those 1s or 2s on defense is very impactful and can hurt, even at 40 health. Post rotation, they also do lose a lot of stuff. D tier. Superfly Malicious Mutant 631. This attack gets -X speed or +X speed. X equals the number of foundations committed to pass the check to place attack. So if you commit nothing, you get nothing. However, if your opponent wants to go on a deep string, they can lose a lot of speed. After you take damage, add 1 scheme from your discard pile to your card pool. That card does not clear during. That card cannot be cleared during from the card pool this turn. So essentially, the more damage you take during your opponent's turn, the more plans and schemes and abilities you're going to have in your opponent's turn. You're going to have some very powerful clapbacks, not as strong as it could be anymore. The 631 is still very cool. I'm not the biggest fan of getting of abilities that require damage, as well as all the card pool clogging, even if they don't count towards progressive. It's a cool gimmick, so it goes into C with April. Splinter. Once per turn, Tenacious changes attack speed or damage as a first enhance to the speed or damage of one other attack in your card pool. enhance, commit, ready to foundations. So you kind of get benefited from playing low impact attacks here, as well as high impact. If you drop a high impact attack, and you go, cool, you're gonna block this. I'll drop another one. First enhance. I'm gonna copy the stats of my high impact attack. Can you stop it? No. Cool. Take the damage. Your opponent's turn. You block with a low impact attack, and then you go, cool. Your attack is now going to match my low impact attack, and I'll take barely anything. I like Splinter. I think Splinter does very cool things. If Bridget hadn't come along, Splinter could have become the cool water manipulation character, but Splinter goes into B just because Bridget kind of knocked them down there. That's the way I put it. Rocksteady, Brute, Mutant, 633. Your charge, fury, or slam attack gets +5 damage. Add the top card of your deck to your card pool face down. At the end of your combat phase, if you have 6 or more foundations in your card pool, flip one non-character card in your rival stage. I mean, you're kind of blindly charging in. Every attack you play adds towards your progressive, and if you get 6, you get to flip one non-character in your opponent's stage, but essentially you're going to struggle. I mean, if you play free, build free, then you can, but you have no cards in hand. It's a D because there is some funny synergies. Wrath Muscle, this attack gets +1 or -1 speed for each attack in your card pool. Discard your hand, your fury attack gets +4 damage. A 632. Now, usually, I'd throw this immediately into F and just call it a day. Not a fan of that. Never been a fan of Wrath. +1 or -1 speed for each attack in your card pool is very similar to Eraserhead 2. And discarding your entire hand for 4 damage. There is some synergy for Fire to do it, but Wrath's topped events. I know Wrath topped in Alicante, so it goes from F to D. I'm not a fan of Wrath. Michelangelo, the wild card, annoyed he doesn't have Entertainer. Response: after your attack is blocked, your next kick, pizza, or punch attack is +3 speed, and rival's turn, commit. Add one ready foundation from each player's stage to their hand. Now, the response isn't tenacious, so you aren't going to be able to get you're not going to be able to get the response on block if you use the ability. So it's got a high skill ceiling for that alone. On top of that, if your opponent just doesn't block, you need to have damage pump, which Air and Good can kind of struggle on. There is the Survey Corps Advancing, which does give additional speed and damage, and is fairly well statted in its own right. But if you don't block, if you can damage reduce, Michelangelo kind of doesn't really do anything. And if your opponent is so busy blocking, they don't have any ready foundations. Oh yeah, never mind. The enhances in your rival's turn. Duh. So. And then in your rival's turn, you debuild them, you get to pick up a block. Michelangelo's fairly statted after I actually read it properly. B tier, primarily because he's one of my favourite tools. Reading the card, explains the card, never. 5 hand size, 37 health, Metalhead, take mutants. 1% after you take damage, your rival discards 1 card and you flip 1 rival foundation. Again, taking damage to get abilities. Enhance, increase the keyword rating of the next keyword you play this turn by 1. So, against characters like Mikasa, this is not too bad. You've got a nice big health total, and you sit there and you go, cool, I'm going to give my next keyword +1. I'm going to give my next keyword +1. And then after like the third one, they're like, oh, okay. And then you go, cool, +1. And then you go, I'll block Breaker 5, and they go, oh cool, my turn's over. Yeah, yes it is. And then on your turn you get to kind of reciprocate that, but you need to string. And as a 5-hander, who, as a 5-hander who has no draw on face, who is a true 5-hander, whose discard ability only looks when you take damage. So it's very likely that you're going to be taking damage in your turn, outside of a couple of attacks and maybe some more this year in Tekken and Street Fighter if we're lucky. You're not going to get to discard and flip, and you need to set up a big board to string long enough to make that keyword increase really matter. In retro, you might be able to pull off some silly things with multiple, but I hate Metalhead. Down you go into D. Mega Mutants. After you play an attack, gets +1 speed +1 for each ally in your card pool. 633. Nice, easy ability. Wish it had more ally symbols from the other sets like Heroes of Alexandria, but overall, fairly decent. If it had air, if it had earth, if it had life, these other symbols that have a lot of allies on them would be a lot stronger. You'd be able to play a lot cheaper cards. That's the only thing that keeps it down. D tier. Leonardo Leader. After an attack is blocked, look at the top card of your deck. You may commit this card. If you do, draw one card. Otherwise, you may mill one. Response: after you mill one or more cards, add this attack on your next attack get +1 damage. So if your opponent's been speed reducing this, if your opponent's been messing about with it, and you know you're not going to be able to get to hit, you go, cool, my next attack's going to get +1 damage, and they go, oh, I may have made a mistake. Being able to look at the top card of your deck and know if your next check is going to block, if your next check is going to pass, because you may draw or mill it. So if it's an attack, if you don't care about that attack, you can mill it. If you want to get additional damage onto your attack to push it onto additional 1 damage from half block. If you want to get your next attack +1 damage and go, I'm sure my next check's going to be fine. I can see the idea behind this, but I'm not a fan of Leo the Leader. D tier. Making Donatello the best of the 4 boys, which is fair from his abilities, and Michelangelo is just my favourite turtle in general. Okay. We've got 8, 23, 24, 25 characters left, because Broberg 3 isn't out yet. Oh, gonna be done. Ooh, still 3 hours in. God damn, I take my sweet time with this shit, don't I? Guilty Gear Strive. May Pirate 631 breaks the fundamental rules of the game, being able to have 8 copies of an ally attack and gets this attack gets +2 damage. If it shares the same name as another card, you may flip 1 foundation and ready it. So that's the general idea behind it. It breaks the fundamental rules of the game. The game's rules had to be changed to accommodate because sealing cards is a thing. You can't sideboard out of May. So it's very restrictive deck building wise. If you're playing May, you're playing May. Because even if you sideboard out 4 copies of an attack and go, my standard deck is technically legal, it's like, but it's not, because your deck list says you have 8 copies and this character can't run it. I hate it. Best way to put it, I hate it. But so I just have some issues. Cool synergy on face, however. So May goes into A. Kai Kisuke, the Bane of Sealed Guilty Gear Strive. This attack gets +1 speed or +1 damage. If your rival has 6 or more committed foundations, it gets +3 speed or +3 damage instead. After your ranged or charge attack deals damage, commit or freeze 1 rival foundation. So you take your opponent down resources. If they're already down resources, you reduce those resources for the next turn, and you then get to pop off going, my attacks are going to be hard to deal. You're going to have to commit resources to stop me, and eventually you're going to run out. Solid symbols for it. Pressing the advantage Kai Kisuke is what I've always wanted to try. Kai Kisuke goes into A. I know, change on this attack, your rival may seal 1 foundation to cancel this ability, and after you change on attack, gets +2 damage. In Hero 2 with several ones kit, solid character. I know Baka from the Spanish was running it. Very cool card. Giving your rival the ability to let you seal one of their foundations to stop you changing the zone is a bit awkward because sometimes they just don't care about what the foundations do in your opponent's turn. And sometimes they need to let you seal. You have 7-handed, you have a squishy. Your zone changing is dependent. If your opponent thinks they're going to kill you, they don't need to. They can just let you seal everything and just go cool, because you can't touch their backups, you can't touch their assets, you cannot touch their power tokens, you cannot touch their momentum, you cannot touch their character. You'll only deal with their foundation. So only one of like the 5 card types that they can use you can interact with, and that's where she kind of falls off C tier. Happy Chaos. At the start of the game, add 6 bullet counters to this character. Your range attack gets +1 speed and +1 damage. If it deals damage, look at the top card of your deck. You may add that card to your hand or momentum. So you get 6 chances, maybe more if you can get more through Deus Ex Machina, to give you attack +1 speed, +1 damage. And if it deals damage, you get to look at the top card of your deck and go, do I want to see momentum? Do I want to leave this on top? Or do I want to add it to my hand? Very interesting way, and a great way to utilize tension, giving you great options and be able to utilize very powerful cards. A great PvE character because your attacks are always essentially going to be doing damage. So you can draw more cards, you can get momentum, you can get ready to pop things off. Happy Chaos B. So that. I felt something flick my nose. Bridget's solid. She had to be nerfed to flip another card in your card pool, which to me still doesn't make any sense. Flip another attack in your card pool. Flip a card other than this attack in your card pool, whatever. Flip another card in your card pool to me grammatically doesn't make sense and it annoys me. But that's just me. Instead, gets +2 or -2 speed, and twice per turn, your attack, if after you attack does damage, add 1 card from your card pool. Add 1 face down card from your card pool to your momentum. So people have been breaking this with City Rampage. I've got a fun thing with loop-de-loop, flay fling, and just low cost attacks, just going constantly looping them. There's the infinite combo is still very doable. You can still mill your opponent out. She has solid defense on face. She has the ability to utilize aerial Hakusho in the best possible way. And she has self-clearing on face. I think Bridget is a solid S. But solid bad guy gives your first attack tension. So if you already play tension, you get double tension. And after you get momentum, your next check to play a fire card gets +1. Which means you can play non-fire cards that get you momentum, keep adding to that check, and then essentially play your next fire card for free. As a 6/32, that's really cool. Does synergize with other cards in his kit for damage, for additional checks in other ways. Being able to get double tension puts a lot of abilities online, as well as allowing you to clear a card from your card pool, draw a card, change the zone of attack, and freeze a rival foundation. Or even if none of your attacks hit, you have 2 momentum ready to go to reduce your opponent's attacks damage down to 3. I like So Bad Guy. I think he's a fair bit off being ready playable. I'm going to put him in D because I've been playing a lot of So Bad Guy and he's just so tricky. His skill ceiling for what he does is too high. Potemkin, before you take damage from an attack, if it's 4 or greater, reduce it by 1. So this is before you take damage. So even on a half block, if it would be 8, it goes to 4, and then before you take damage, it goes to 3. After the attack is completely blocked, your rival discards 1 card and that is not a once per turn. That is just a response that is going to hurt your opponent if you can block, and you can. It's kind of forcing your opponent to take half damage, turning it into a bit of a slog match. I'd put Potemkin in B just because if you can completely block, you can do some silly things. Nagoriyuki. Add 1 blood count to your character. Your attack gets +4 damage. Solid damage output. If you have 4 more blood counters on it, commit 1 rival card, lose 10 health, and remove all blood counters. I'm not the biggest fan of losing 10 health. However, I have seen decks where you don't get to 4 blood counters and you still win. But still a solid B for blood counters. Okay. Oh, we could be done by 3 o'clock. Easily done by 3 o'clock. Promo 2026. This is just JJ. JJ was printed separately from everyone. Rip JJ. After you block with an action, build it face down. This attack gets +2 or -1 speed. Sacrifice the face down foundation. If an action is added to your discard pile this way, draw 1 card and build 1 card from your hand face down. So you're rewarded for playing lots of actions. You're rewarded for blocking with actions, which is really cool. You can utilize actions like Scanlan's hand and other aspects like that. It feels very Scanlan-esque, just like a better version of Scanlan. I'm hyped for JJ. I think I've seen JJ versus Devil Jin. JJ can do some very silly things. I'm not the biggest fan on an over-reliance on action cards, but we have some very cool action cards coming. We've got more, and it seems to be more real action cards that you can do stuff with. And there's some very cool action cards you can block with now. That can utilize effects, and then you get to build them down. My own personal opinion, JJ could be a solid ARS character, but with Ruin coming back in Godzilla, I think JJ has to go into B. If we were moving away from Ruin, if at the end of this year, Ruin was going to be even less predominant, then I would say shuffling, pop off King. You can do what you're doing there, but I just don't see it. I think JJ it was AS until we saw Ruin in Godzilla. There's a fair few characters that have had their own categories. I probably could have chucked this in with the other ones, but I wanted to follow what the structure of like the release schedule was outside of Challenger, because that would have just led to me doing a lot of 2, 4, 6 character ones. It just feels like a pain. And 25.5 hours in. 25.5 goddamn hours in. Reign of Kaiju. Godzilla. I technically didn't need to add this. I've technically skipped the King Redemption promo, but it wasn't on Ultra when I made the list, so it doesn't count. Similar to the Borderlands characters, they weren't on Ultra when the list was made. Get wrecked. Let's get into Godzilla, Reign of Kaiju, the last set of the stream. Whew. Gigan, 631, remove top card of your deck. Your attack gets +2 damage. If it was an attack that was removed, you get +2 speed. After an attack deals damage, draw a card, discard a card. Draw a card. If you have more than 13, if your rival has more than 15 health, you discard a card. So if you can hit your opponent down into desperation, you get to draw. Just keep drawing cards. This is just a simple case of win more is a big thing. If you take damage, you get to draw a card, discard a card. If you hit, you get to draw a card, discard a card. You get to cycle. And there is some very cool things you can do on these symbols with that ability, as well as check hacking, as well as other ways to speed and damage boost. We have also the world's weakest hunter, Gigan, is going to be an absolute pain because you're dealing with a 5/5 with EX that draws cards for removed cards, and you're removing cards with Gigan all the time. So I think Gigan is going to be an absolutely solid A tier character because it's simple, it's sleek, and it draws cards for taking damage, which is huge. Especially if we come across like a Ghidorah that's always at below 15, you go cool. Destroyer, 633 at the beginning of your combat phase, add 2 destroyer counters to his card. Remove 1 counter for +2 or -3 speed. Remove 6 to destroy 2 rival non-character cards. In sealed, this is possibly a bit more viable because you're going to be a bit slower. Getting to 6 counters is going to be a pain if you don't spend anything for minus or plus speed. If you're going first, you get 2 for the start, 2 for your first attack turn, then 2 after that, which means at that point your opponent is going to be at 8 to 10 foundations, not including backups and assets and power tokens. Now you can destroy power tokens here, which is really cool. If Unyielding was still around, a lot higher, I don't think Destroyer goes into B primarily because if there's a way to get more Destroyer counters, if there was a more consistent way to pop it off, the Death is the only real foundation destruction symbol they have. They can go with Ruin, if they can go with Flip. I think Destroyer goes into C. Burning Godzilla, 632, mill 4, your attack with Prince difficulty 5 or greater gets +1 damage for every 5 cards in your discard pile. Once per game, remove 2 cards from each player's card pool, only playable if you're 15 or less health. So again, once you get into Desperation, once you get to 15, I don't know why they didn't just call it Desperation. Honestly, Desperation isn't standard, it's in the rules. They could just call it Desperation. The once per game is cute. I don't think it honestly matters that much. You're reducing your opponent's block and you're reducing your progressive difficulty at the same rate. But at the same time, once per game, you are once per game not your turn, which means you can just go, your attack's going to kill me, get rid of it, which could be fairly powerful. So I can definitely see it there because you can just yeet your opponent's active attack and force them to drop it. With the check and with the mill 4, you're looking at what? +1, +2 damage on your first attack turn. It's going to keep getting bigger. But Godzilla, this is not. Godzilla King of Monsters, this is not. You need a way to utilize the self mill. Fire can do that. But you chuck Death on this with Attack on Titan, you get some really cool things. I'm not the biggest fan of Burning Godzilla. D tier. Biolette. Once per turn, add 1 card from your hand to your card pool face down. Add 1 card from your discard pile to your hand. You may spend momentum and you may get 1 more card from your discard pile. So you get to tutor for 2 cards if you have at least 1 momentum. If you can spend at least 1 momentum to pick up 2 cards that exactly what you need on offense and defense. With tension, this is easily done. We have tension on all 3 of these symbols. Enhance this attack gets +1 speed, +1 or -1 damage for each face down card in all players' card pools. So on your opponent's turn, you're going to give them -1 for every. You're going to give -1 damage to everything. Your attack's going to get +1, and you're going to have the perfect block zones. And if you can add more face down cards to your card pool, on water you can use things like Ocean Buddies and other things like that to push your opponent into having more face downs and giving them more reduced damage, as well as increasing their progressive. I think they're cool. A 536 is not that easily killed. A tier. Batterer, commit +2 speed +2 damage. If commit one foundation after the attack deals damage, ready it and seal one rival foundation, and then commit. And then on your opponent's turn, commit this attack gets -2 speed. Commit one rival foundation. Your rival commits one foundation. So you're making your opponent's attack easier to block. You're committing. You're taking all the resources, and then go hit me. Play another attack, hit me, and I'll do it to your third. On your attack, you're going, here's a +2/+2. It's going to be hard to block. If you don't block it, I'm going to ready up, do it again. On air, you have the self-clear cards. You have the ability to just keep playing low progressive attacks that are going to be low impact until Batterer gives them that +2/+2. On order, you have all those cards that love committing and interfering with your opponent's committed foundations. And on Void, you have Megalomania. You have all these cards that just want to seal your opponent's stage and mess about with them. I think Batterer is absolutely solid. And I think Batterer is an S tier character just because it does everything it wants on face, has access to multiple kits, and the skill ceiling to master it is so low. Aguirus, Fierce Dragon. Your attacks for Prince difficulty 5 will get +1 speed, +2 damage. After your attack deals damage, add 1 power token to your stage. So no check hacking here, no real messing about. You get power tokens, which means you can increase your damage output to +1 speed, +4 damage. Power tokens are the name of the game for Reina Kaiju, so you're going to be able to utilize a lot of powerful cards. It's a 633. I'd still rather play Godzilla. Honestly, I'd still rather play Godzilla. It's doing what -1's doing, but -1, at least when they hit, like, they're flipping foundations. I love you, Blame Siren, but your boy's going in B. Space Godzilla BioQuartz Monster. Mark Tyner, you are not, and thank fuck for that. First form, spend momentum. Your checks to play attacks with difficulty 5 or greater get +1, and you get 2 power tokens. So you get +4 damage floating on your stage, and all of your 5 difficulties are 4 difficulties minimum for the rest of the turn, essentially. Response: after your rival makes a check to play a non-foundation card, it gets -3. That does not end the turn, but if they pass it, you get the top card of your deck into your momentum, readying that first form. And that's where it comes in. You're given the choice of, do you want to go down a card from your hand, or do you want to overcommit, knowing that next turn my attacks are going to be 1 cheaper and I'm going to have floating damage. As well, on top of that, you've got the power of Space Godzilla, which is getting an errata. Jeremy has said it is getting an errata, where it doesn't end the turn, but it can give -4. So being able to go, cool, -3 with Space Godzilla. You play your next attack, they go, cool, -4 with power of Space Godzilla. That's 2 cards out your hand. You've got 4 left as a 6-hander. Show me another one. And they go, yeah, no, I'll pass. Cool. Space Godzilla is a menace. There's so much check hacking in this game at the minute. Reina Kaiju's bringing more in. And then we've still got things like Fighting for Control, Gigantfication Swing, which have not left yet. Space Godzilla to me is an S. For pre-release, Space Godzilla and Batterer would be the ones I'm definitely looking at. Primarily focused on Space Godzilla. Fire Rodan Fire Rodan. That's like a James Bond thing. The name's Rodan. Fire Rodan. This tag is +3 or -2 damage. Only playable if the attack speed is greater than its printed speed. Spell momentum, seal one non-character card in your rival stage. If you can't give your opponent's attack speed, that top enhance is kind of blank. You know, -2 damage only matters if you can get there, and even then, you're not messing about with your opponent's speed, so you're going, cool, I guess I'll take this for 2 less. And sometimes that doesn't matter. You're 632, which is tanky. But primarily, I guess you're focusing on increasing your own speed, utilizing fire, air, and void, which isn't too hard. Not a fan of Fire Rodan. I think it's possibly the weakest character in the set. It doesn't answer its own questions on face. And spending momentum it goes to D because it can seal in the stage. It can turn off card pull abilities, which is powerful. Mothra, love Mothra. I think Mothra for common is insane. I think Mothra is, again, I think I just recorded my pre-release video. I might need to do some edits to it. Mothra is one of my pre-release picks. Your rival's turn, you get to just say, I don't want to deal with this first attack. I'll commit, block it, and then response. Your next attack is -2 speed. So your first attack does nothing because there's only 4 throws in Reign of Kaiju, and 2 of them at common and common level. And then on top of that, you're giving -2 speed to everything, and then on your opponent's turn you go, block me, watch how hard the next one's going to be. You're kind of playing that game, and in sealed you don't know what your opponent's going to be doing. I'm down to put Mothra is really cool. I love the alt art we've seen with the sleeves. I'm happy to put Mothra into S. Now, this might be where I lose friends and alienate people. Mechagodzilla Modified Type 3 Ryu, 532. You may look and play cards in your move from game pile with Kuru counters on them as though they were in your hand. At the start of your combat phase, remove the top card of your deck face down with a Kuru counter. This tag is +2 damage. If it's completely blocked, commit 1 rival foundation. So, you're essentially a 6-hander with a card that your opponent with a card that kind of sits there. So you're 5-hander in your hand, but you can play the card that's been removed. So if you remove a foundation, you get to build it early on, or you can keep it there, but you're not fully refilling kind of thing. It's an awkward, like if you played Deus Ex Machina, you wouldn't, any card that refilled to your hand size, you wouldn't go to 6. I know there's a lot of synergy for Kuru counters, being with cards that remove themselves or being able to add counters. It's very RNG dependent. You can't review every Kuru counter. You need to get out. You can block with them. It's kind of like personal storage. I'm not the biggest fan of gimmicks like that, but being able to give yours or your opponent's attacks +2 damage and then completely blocking them for free is cool. If I just go to my opponent and go, yeah, your attack can have 2 damage because I know I'm going to block this, and then I'm going to commit down one of your foundations. B. Ghidorah, 533 with 3 Ghidorah heads. Remove 1 Ghidorah counter before the damage step of your attack. You reduce this attack damage down to 3. Remove 1 card from your hand. Draw a card. Your attack gets +2 speed, +3 damage. You're a 5-hander that's doing this, whose main response does the same thing as attention. Now, you can utilize tension into this. We have got death. Well, there's no death in you have got all. So you can utilize tension because there's no evil or death in Guilty Gear. So you can essentially create pseudo heads with tension, but I don't. It's a bit weird. I can see where it's coming from. You are getting that very cool loot. You are getting that very cool cycling. You're getting +2, +3. It's a solid sealed pick, but as I just need to check one thing before I tier list it. And if Guardian Angel of Chinatown wasn't a thing, which can literally just go, yeah, no, turn your character off, you've wasted a head. I would probably put it higher. I'm not the biggest soul because, like I said, basic foundations turn this off and it's doing the same thing that tension does. So other characters can do the same thing you're doing without the reductions or the power scaling. C. Jaguar. Each player chooses one foundation in their rival's discard pile, then builds the chosen card. This is going to lead to some real cool hilarity. I really hope this gets an errata for PvE. Where it's just each player chooses one foundation in another player's discard, so you can kind of go cool. Jaguar form. I'll build for B. B will build for C. C will build for D, and D will build for me. And we all get one foundation in because you get one free form ability. And for PvE, this would make Jaguar an absolute menace. And if Tim's watching this, personally, if I'm DMing, if I'm running a PvE with Jaguar, that's probably how I would run it. Because otherwise, this very cool, fun character isn't going to see much playing PvE. This tag gets +1 damage. Your next check gets +1. If this is the third time you've played this ability, commit this character. Again, great for PvE. This is a really cool PvE character and will be absolute beast at taking down Ghidorah, Godzilla, or Gigan. In terms of play, I'm not the biggest fan of giving my opponents resources. I get to choose what the resource is, so I can choose one that's most beneficial for me. I can push my opponent into deadlock, but my opponent also gets to choose for me, which means I could end up with a blank 0 diff for high guard, low guard. And same for them. We're both getting resources. I wish there was a better way to utilize the resources. But +1 damage and +1 check to everything for the first 3 attacks is absolutely solid in base. If the PvE errata I just suggested is real, and if it wasn't for if both players got to choose their foundation rather than their rival's foundation, you're putting a lot of chivalry onto my opponent, which they're not going to commend. Hidora, Smog Monster, Mill 1. Your attack after your attack deals damage, your rival loses X health. X equals the block modifier of the card milled this way. So you can use throws. This is going to be very cool in sealed. Absolutely solid pick. Your opponent's getting burnt, which can kill them, and your mill 1. If you're utilizing low block mods, it's going to be a bit of a pain, but I can see where this is going. And then commit after you take damage from an unblocked attack. Your rival adds the top card of the deck to their card pool face down, essentially meaning that they're playing with additional progressive. It is in your opponent's turn, so chances of you readying back up after that are going to be unlikely. But you're just saying to your opponent, stop hitting me. You're going to break up combos, which we haven't really seen a combo in a long time. But yeah, they probably still exist. Are they still going to be coming? Tekken is going to be a fairly combo heavy game. I think this is a solid one. Hidora, just for the fact that burn can kill, can go to A. Godzilla Titan of Terror, 628, the most fairly statted on face in terms of what we used to see. Response: after you play a card of a Prince difficulty 5 or greater, add 1 power token from your stage. If this is the second time or greater you have used this ability, commit this card. Form once per turn. Play a card of Prince difficulty 5 from your discard. As your next form, no check necessary. So you do have a route. Try to save someone's life while I'm doing a tier list. You do have access to the printed difficulty file. You can play City Rampage from discard just for free. And then you also get a power token for that, but you can also drop attacks. You are essentially a 7-hander. I love this aspect of Sun Jin Woo being able to shadow extract the cards he needs. Godzilla Titan of Terror is doing the exact same thing. They're a 6-hander for the first couple of turns, but if you review a 5-check card, you get to just play it. Also, you got to remember that there are foundations that are 5 costs in Yu Hakusho that can be played on Earth and Fire, I believe. So, if you check the massive body, I believe it is, you just get to play it and go cool. And then you get a power token for playing it. I'm down for that. I think this is really cool. I think it's a solid character. A 7 hand size 28, always having access to a farm. Godzilla Titan of Terror can go into S. If it wants to actually have the right size. There we go. And last we have Godzilla Shin. Shin Godzilla. 723 Tenacious. After one or more rival foundations is destroyed by your effect, gain 1 health and add 1 power token to your stage. Enhance. This attack gets +2 damage. If it deals damage, your rival, you may commit this card. If you do, your rival sacrifices 1 foundation. We're also on Death, which has a very good ruin ability. And because you're on Tenacious, you can utilize some very cool cards. There is, I need to quickly just double check. Actually, I've selected a set for this. Tekken 8 Clash, Yu Hakusho, Foundation. Is it? There's Warped Pleasure, which is once per turn. Your turn, players with 6 or more foundations destroy one. You destroy one of your opponent's foundations. You get a power token. You gain health. You get to pop off. Yes, it's unique, but you're essentially trying to limit your opponent's resources, limit what your opponent's trying to do, and basically just go, you need to go in this situation. Also, the fact that if you played Decay Awakened, if you played the new 8 diff that destroys foundations, when you play Ruin abilities, you're going to be gaining health. You've got some very good survivability. Shin Godzilla, despite having tiny little T-Rex arms, is a very jacked character with some survivability on face. Additional power through the power tokens, which means you can get, if you know an attack's going to hit, you can really pump it up. And you're going to be reducing your opponent's resources, giving you more health, more power. I don't think, however, Shin Godzilla goes into S. I think Shin Godzilla goes into A. Primarily just because these abilities are kind of one and done. You get the 2 damage. If it hits, you commit. You can't get 2 damage anymore. So you can run the risk of getting 2 more damage or anything, and them not hitting and not blowing up the foundation, not getting the power token, or committing, using the power token to support that your character is now committed, and so you get the 2 damage that way. And just being in case like one and done character. If there was a way, if it was a commit a foundation, if it was you sack a foundation, your opponent sacks a foundation, more equalizing, I'd put it in S just because it's repeatable. Yes, you're reducing your own resources, but you're reducing your opponent's resources as well. And we get to the end of Godzilla Reign of Kaiju. This is my list based on my personal opinions. We'll probably be back on Sunday during Worlds. I know no one will be watching, but Cam and I will do our own Godzilla Reign of Kaiju. Mainly because this one will probably not... I'll get this one out into YouTube quicker because it's more up to date. But all these tier lists are going to hit YouTube twice a week starting in March. And that's going to take essentially the majority of the year. But we've done it. We are 26 hours. I should have had a timer up so it would have like had more on there. 26 hours. It has taken me to do every single character in universes that was on UVS Ultra at the time. We've got 10 minutes. Let's do a bonus. Do I have my bonus roundup? Recordings, 1K characters. Non-legal characters. Okay, so this was one that I was going to add in if I had time. Princess and the Pea I already did. I'll put Princess and the Pea in here. I'll do it again. Okay, so these are non-legal characters. Ooh, OBS is freaking out at me about this. So, these are promos. These are cards that came with other things, like the Warhammer. These are cards that never saw the light of day in terms of legality. They are playtested cards. They are characters that the wider community do not know about. And so I'm going to do them here. And it's going to be interesting. And there's a few of them. I should have set this up a bit better. Let's have a look. This is going to be interesting for everyone. So yeah, let's just go through them. Okay. Let me just quickly post on Discord. My Discord, not that Discord. Ooh. Oh, lose my mind. Oh, I did jump in. Why did I jump in? That's really weird. Okay. Guess I jumped in a weird place. Okay. Apologies for that. At everyone. Put it in. Bonus tier this time. Non-legal characters. Characters that were never put into wider print. Okay. So, from Warhammer 40k, we have Karl Franz, 626, all good order. Commit, if your attack deals damage, gain X vitality, X equals the damage dealt. Okay, so you put this on a throw, it could be really interesting. Commit, discard X momentum. If this attack deals damage, draw X cards. So again, if you throw this on throws, if you know your attack's going to hit, really cool. You put a lot of risk for minimal reward. Again, I'd love this to have been a response rather than a enhance. Because, you know, the response you can go, oh, if this attack deals damage, you can gain X health or you can draw X cards for these costs. Enhance just kind of tells your opponent, I need to block this. Pretty cool for the time. Let's stick you in B because The skill ceiling of that character is quite high, and the health benefits of that character could be really good. Oh boy. Kazuki. 625. Commit. Each character adds one card from their hand to their momentum. Commit one foundation. Your attack gets plus X damage. X equals your momentum. Minus your opponent's momentum. Minimum of 0. That's terrible. Especially because it's not tenacious. If you can force your opponent to spend momentum, that's cool. I guess you can do it in your opponent's turn. Make them go down a hand size. Yeah. I'm not a fan of that. F. Let's get into Taki. 722. Discard one face-up card from your card pool. This attack gets minus X damage. X equals discarded card's difficulty. Okay, I'm down for this. So, if I block with Foam Blast, your attack gets minus 13 damage. If I block, so blocking is any card as well. So if I block with one of these foundations which has a fake difficulty, so if I block with a 5 difficulty foundation, or the new Team Hero 4-diff, if I block with Thanks a Million, which is a 4-diff, and that's my first block, so it's minus 2 difficulty, minus 2 block mod, but because it's a foundation of my card pool, it goes back up to 4, so I kick it, so I block the first attack on a 2, and then I reduce the next attack by 4 damage on a repeatable enhance. That's pretty decent. If I can stuff things into my card pool, utilizing self-card pool stuffing, if I can utilize thrust divisions and other things like that, or even on all, being able to chuck in minus 2 damage from Heroic Endurance, minus 2 damage put it in the card pool, minus 2 because of its difficulty, that's minus 6, and it's cost me 1 foundation. Yeah, no, I think it's an A. I might be overglazing that, but I think that's really cool. I don't know the name of this card. It doesn't say on the card. I should have paid attention. Nope, it doesn't say. This is a Soul Calibur 3 character. They got... Let's... to Google. Okay, come on, Google, keep up. Soul Calibur 3 white hair, white beard character. Now we go to images and we look for this guy. Girl, they, them. Okay. Edge Master? Oh, I'm a child. I got on with Laura Bailey though. Edge Master. Although Edge Master has mastered every fight style in the world, we've never seen him in his purest form. Only skill set in every. I think that's Edge Master. If there's no complaints, I'm going to say that this is Edge Master and move on. So, Edge Master. That would be really cool. Oh, that would be such a meme now if we had an Edge Master character. 626 male. Commit. Either this attack gets minus 4 damage or your opponent discards 2 momentum. This would be a basic starter deck character, like a Clash character. Minus 4 damage or discard 2 momentum. It's fine. D. Mitsoyugi Soul Calibur 3 promo. Commit all your foundations if your attack's damage is at least double its printed damage. If your attack's damage is at least its print. If your attack's damage is at least double its printed damage, reduce the damage to 0. Return your vitality to its printed total. Ready all of your foundations. Only playable if you have at least one ready foundation. Commit all your foundations if your attack's damage is at least double its printed damage. Reduces the attack's damage to 0. Return your vitality to its printed total and ready all your foundations. Bet. The fuck is that card? Oh. I'm down for that. Oh, but what about 1/2? Nope. I can see why this never got printed. That is cracked. Because there is easy ways, especially now, to double an attack's damage. Thruster Stun Baton, the triple head one that's coming, three heads that's coming, that's got 0 damage. You pick a 1 or 2 attack, like Hawk's Feather, you give it 1 damage, and you just go, cool, I'll put its damage to 0, ready all my foundation, commit all my foundations, ready all my foundations, and then I will go to full health. That's going to S, just because that seems like a logistical goddamn nightmare. What in the hell were people thinking with that? We have Blue Ryu. Street Fighter 626. After you complete a block and attack, commit one of your opponent's cards. After you... Okay. Get wrecked your character. Commit, discard 3 momentum. Your attack with control 1 or less gets plus X damage as unblockable. X equals the printed difficulty of your attack. Okay, the second ability threw me off a little bit. That top response is insanity in its own right. Completely blocked. Turn off your opponent's character. But commit, discard 3 momentum to give my control 1 unblockable and then printed difficulty of the attack. It's a lot of work to get 6 damage. Commit my character, discard 3 momentum to give my control 1. So a low cost attack, like a 1 control attack, attack equal to its difficulty, and you're looking at 4, 5, 6, 7 at a push. Because it's the printed difficulty as well. See. The top response saved you from going lower. These are a little bit nutty, I'm not gonna lie. Duke. Death, Evil, Order. 623. Okay, you better be good. Commit, your opponent discards 1 card. Draw 2 cards. If they did not discard... draw 2 cards if they did not discard a block. Only playable once per turn. Yeah, it's a form commit. What did you expect? So, I guess this was more powerful back when... people didn't play blocks. But now we have too many boxes to be viable. Commit, discard 3 momentum, reveal the top 3 cards of your deck. Discard any blocks revealed this way, draw the remaining cards. Again, back in the day, you'd have been very powerful. Nowadays, unless you're hunting for equipment heist, you're not really doing anything. Donovan Darkstalkers. Big shout out, by the way, to Need to make sure I get the name right. God, that was a while ago since they sent me this stuff. CD Journ on CD Journ 2 on Discord, and Cody Kent for getting me this stuff. I did ask other people. I did try to get a hold of the staff cards and other stuff like that, but I was told no. But yeah, Donovan 627. First form until the beginning of your next turn. Progressive difficulty. Until the beginning of your next turn, progressive difficulty is doubled. Play 1 hunter token on your character. First form, remove X hunter token from your character. Until the beginning of your next turn, all your attacks get plus X. Oh, sweet fucking Christ. So, this is the best going second character ever? Until the beginning of next turn, progressive difficulty is doubled. What? So you just sit there, making it impossible for your opponent to play anything, because instead of going, it's like on a 1, it's on a 2, on a 4, on a 6, on a 8, on a 10. Oh, that's so brutal. And you just sit there, acquiring tokens, playing your foundations. God damn. S. Just because you get to build on that and your opponent doesn't, just doubling progressive difficulty. Get fucked. Back into Street Fighter with Kami. 8-hander 18. If this attack deals damage, add 1 card from your hand to your momentum. Only playable during your opponent's turn. Okay. So you get to reduce your. Yeah, I guess if you're foundation logs, if you want to get stuff into your momentum, you're letting your opponent hit you. Commit until the end of your next turn. Players may not play foundations. Only playable. Form commit until the end of your next turn. Players may not play foundations. Only playable as the first form this turn. Okay. So you have to commit your character to do it, which means you don't get the ability to add stuff to momentum. You have got chaos. This could be a decent ultimate combination play, because you can just keep adding foundations to your momentum. Then go, neither of us get to play foundations. I'm going to slam ultimate combination. Cool, I'll commit 3, and then I'll build all this stuff in. Get a bunch of speed, get a bunch of damage. You don't get to play foundations as attacks or defense. That's so crazy. If you can blow up the board, it gets kind of dumb. Oh, I've got to put that Kami in A, just because neither of us are playing foundations seems really insane to me, and I love it. I'm sad to see why these cards were never legal or printed. Commit. Lose X vitality once per turn before control check for a block is made. That check gets minus X. Okay, so my attack's going to kill you. No, it's not. Cool, I'll commit my character, lose 10 health, and your check gets minus 10. Mwah, peace. Discard 1 momentum. When a control check gets a boost, that boost gets minus X, and you gain X vitality. X is the check bonus. Oh no! It's the anti-Godzilla! Oh, when a control check gets a bonus, so that's when the actual check is that when the ability to play the check goes off, or is that when the check happens? I'm gonna have to double check this because if this is Godzilla City Rampage +4 to my check, you go cool. -4 to your check, I gain 4 health. Your turn still ends. S tier. If it's just, I'm gonna give my check +2. You go no. I'm gonna get myself +2. I'm gonna get myself +2 instead. 2 health instead and give it -2. Still an A. May. Remove 1 breaker card from your discard pile from the game. Each player adds 1 card from their hand to the card pool face down. Cool. Career Foundation, discard 1 face down card from your card pool. Okay. So you play breakers to keep yourself alive. You stuff your opponent's card pool to make it hard for them. And you Career Foundation to decrease your overall progressive difficulty. Because you're committing at a cost with these symbols, there'll be stuff that readies itself, there'll be stuff that you can pay cost to get. Yeah, that's a solid A. Tajar Zenak 527. Commit, your opponent reveals 1 random card from their hand. The revealed card may not be played for the rest of the turn, only playable during your attack. Form, discard X cards once per turn, draw X cards. Partial mulligan, and then also you reveal your hand on a commit. You cannot play a card for the rest of the turn, only playable during your attack. So you can play it on reversal, which is really interesting, and lock your opponent out playing something in their turn, and then also on your turn. I'm a big fan of stuff like that. You're 527 though. You do have a partial mulligan, but you are still a real 5-hander. B. Princess and the Pea. I've done this once before, but that got cut. So only people that were here will know what I did last time. I think I put it quite low. I could have just kept my mouth shut and then treat it like this first time. So, first of all, reveal the top 4 cards of your deck. Replace them in any order. After an action card is played, draw a card, discard a card. So, you get to secure your next 4 checks. You need to get to know what is going to be coming. Your opponent gets to see what's going to be coming. You're 718 health, but there's a bunch of actions that draw cards that allow you to manipulate. You know what you're going to be checking. You know what you're going to be able to draw. Being able to... We've seen Rodan do similar silly things, but this is a first form, so you just get to... Even before you make your first check, you get to secure it. Solid B tier. I think I put a lot lower last time, but I'll put it in B because I'm in a better mood because I am done. Okay. Made it to the end. I made it to the end again. I have legitimately done this now. I've done every character I am capable of doing outside of Borderlands and King because they weren't there at the time, and there was no decent images of them at the time. I am going to go. Thanks everyone who was here for this. This last non-legal section was absolutely insane. Thanks everyone who got me to 1,000 subs on YouTube. Could not make contact if people weren't watching it. Keep an eye out. Changes are coming to the channel. I'm not just going to be making Universes content anymore. That's a separate video. That's a separate topic for a separate video. Let's keep this hype. I'm really excited to see where the channel's going to go. I'm really excited to see how the community is going to grow, and I'm really grateful to Sari, Steve, Mike, Blake, Cameron, Cohen, Dark Blaze, Nick Reagan, everyone that stuck this out with me. Big shout out to Connor, who was with me till midnight last time. You kept me going. I was probably going to come off a lot sooner. You kept me going till midnight, Connor. Big thanks for that. Now I've just got to plan what I'm going to do at 2K. It's probably not going to be as big as this, but I'm looking forward to seeing how this channel grows even further. I'm going to leave it there. Again, thank you to everyone who got me here for Theories, News and More, win, lose or draw. Thank you, police officers, thank you for that. For Theories, News and More, win, lose or draw, keep it with UK Versus, and I will see you at game night. Bye.